Thank you very much.
I have your apology that you need to leave at 19:45 to attend to some pressing business. Then I think we need to. There is one
Recording in
Africa
progress.
Can one Africa Wama Ela mute his or a microphone, please? It's very disruptive. Yes, let me just deal with that house rule quickly. Can we all make sure that we mute our microphones? They are very disruptive because, as you can see, I couldn't speak to the minister because that microphone was busy disrupting the meeting. I want to welcome all of you back to this meeting. And then I just quickly want to confirm the attendance of our committee members. I see Honorable Direko is here. Honorable Mpumza is here. Honorable Grunewald is here. Honorable Swart is here. Honorable Butelezi is here. Honorable Kavanchawa is here. I think these are the colleagues that are in the meeting thus far. Unless if I've omitted somebody, I'm double checking to that effect. Yeah, those are the colleagues that are in the meeting thus far. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the minister and the deputy minister. They are here in our midst. Like I've indicated, the minister would like to be excused at 7:45. She had some pressing other work commitments that she needs to attend to. But the beauty about it, the DM is here with us as well, including the acting head of the National Disaster Management Center. The apologies that I'm having are those ones of Honorable Klo and Honorable Mabika, who are both still on sick leave. Also, the apology of the Director General of DCOC, including Dr. Tau, is on leave. And then let me take this opportunity to also welcome you, Minister and Deputy Minister, to also welcome the DG of Traditional Affairs, including the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission and the CEO of the CRL Rights Commission, who are in our midst. And then also Honorable Bumza wants to be excused at 21:30. The agenda of today will be as follows. You recall all the colleagues made the presentation on Tuesday. And then what is left then today, it will be for the CRL Rights Commission and the department to respond to the issues as raised by the various religious sectors. And so today's meeting is just continuing from Tuesday. As we ourselves as the portfolio committee, we had the inputs and concerns raised by the religious leaders and the representatives of the various faith-based organizations on the impact of the disaster management regulations on the religious community. There were some pertinent questions raised by both the religious community and members of parliament. We had asked the Department of Cooperative Governance, the National Disaster Management Center, and the CRL Rights Commission to know these questions and be prepared to respond today. There were also some religious organizations and individuals that were only prepared to table their submissions at a later stage. And the committee Also, it's then committed to uphold the Constitution, particularly 9(3), which says that the state may not unfairly discriminate directly or against anyone, including religion and belief. We are of the view that Parliament represents irrespective of race, gender, sexual orientation, marital status, ethnic origin, age, religion, belief, culture, or language. There are things that I want to quickly remark on, which I believe the CRL Rights Commission and the department will be able to also deal with. Yes, we have had a lot of complaints around the regulations, but what I've picked up, except with the presentation of the Muslim community, I didn't see this other presentation expressly addressing the issue to say, what have we been doing ourselves as the faith-based organization to also then assist government in curbing this pandemic? As I went through the presentation, I didn't see that coming. I'd also loved the situation wherein we're going to be told of the stats of the members of those various legislation, various religious leaders, with regard to their members as to how many died and as a consequence of what. But maybe it's a debate for another day. As I've indicated, then we will then hand over to the minister, but the DM was also in the meeting. I should suspect the DM has briefed you so that you quickly address all those high-level issues, which maybe the team from the National Disaster Management, should time not you permit to be here, then they will be able to deal with. I don't know what is the arrangement between you and the deputy minister, but you can always deal with that. I suspect the team could have briefed you on those issues as raised on Tuesday night. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, and members of the faith-based organizations who are here, and all those who are in this meeting. I will respond at a high level, and then Anne may have a short presentation. But if the DM is here, he will also say something because he was the one who was here on Tuesday. So first of all, I thank you for the opportunity. I just want to read that the Disaster Management Act actually says that the National Executive is primarily responsible for the coordination and management of the national disaster, irrespective of whether the national state of disaster has been declared in terms of Section 27. I think it's important for us to just recap so that we know that all the decisions that have been taken are not necessarily COCTA decisions. COCTA is just implementing cabinet decisions. And before cabinet takes the final decisions, the PCC, which is a Provincial Presidential Coordinating Committee, which has premiers, has MECs for COCTA, it has SALGA, it has mayors from the metros, has the members of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders. There is a consultation with them before cabinet takes the final decision. a cabinet has to hear from the provinces as well. And then President announces what cabinet has decided, and COPTA gazettes what cabinet has said, has decided. The other thing that I just want to recap on is that the decisions that are taken having regard to real scientific data, a reduction in infections or increase in infections, views expressed by relevant cabinet ministers, views expressed by the advisory committee that advises the Minister of Health. And so all those things are taken into account. And when and we have seen that when the numbers are up, we cannot allow business as usual. When the numbers are down, the cabinet has always tried to respond by allowing activities that would not be allowed when the numbers are too high. For instance, as we were going towards November, December, the numbers were relatively low. So activities were allowed, even though not full scale, but the numbers were allowed, and activities in the religious in the faith-based sector were allowed. Yes, it wasn't full numbers uncontrolled, because almost every sector that gathers people does get regulated. But we saw when that relaxation happened, we went into phase 2 of the wave 2 of the pandemic. And that necessitated that some drastic measures be taken to control the numbers. You'd recall that when we went to phase 2, at some stage we had more than 21,000 cases a day. And that could not have been left like that. So cabinet had to take measures to try and deal with that situation. But cabinet was also very much aware and appreciative of the faith-based organizations that had cooperated very well with government. As you would recall that last year, Easter was not celebrated. Eid, I think, was not celebrated because it was during the difficult time of the lockdown. But this year, cabinet, because the numbers were not too high, actually increased the number towards Easter. If you'd recall, the number towards Easter was 100 indoors and 250 outdoors. But particularly going towards Easter, it was increased to 250 indoors and 500 outdoors. And that was because the numbers were not that high at the time, but also the government and all those who were looking at this matter realized that it would also be very unfair not to at least have Easter celebrated, even though not fully in the way it's normally celebrated, but at least to be celebrated and Eid and other religious and faith-based days days that are very special to the different faith-based organizations. So, but it would not be possible for government to have a different dispensation for faith-based organizations. For instance, if it's level 3, and it's like now, because of the numbers, I mean, just yesterday, the numbers were more than 13,000 a day. So that's very high. And it would not be possible to say faith-based organizations can go on as normal, whilst others cannot go on as normal. And it's not targeting, these measures are not targeting faith-based organizations. Yesterday was June 16, a day that is normally celebrated in a big way, but it had to be toned down in line with what had been announced. There had to be 50 people at the venue and a hybrid. Others had to participate virtually. The president couldn't even go because it would have meant that many people might want to go there, but also he goes with a big contingent of people. So measures had to be taken overnight to change the whole arrangement, because arrangements had already been made. So I'm just trying to stress that these measures are not targeting faith-based organizations. Therefore, they are measures to try and balance livelihoods and lives. Because whilst we have to save livelihoods, we also have to make sure we save lives, because there'll be no one to build the economy if we don't save their lives. So I thought I should just make those observations, Chairperson. And of course, some of the faith-based organizations have taken us to court, which is their right. And we are explaining, even in our court papers, why these measures are being taken. And I just want to stress that it's not about targeting any particular group, let alone faith-based organizations. It's just about saving lives and trying to balance that with saving livelihoods. The last point I want to make, Chair, is that, maybe last but one, is that the faith-based organizations have been consulted. The president has consulted them quite a number of times, because it is understood how important they are, whereas other organizations sometimes get consulted by ministers and so on, but the faith-based organizations have been consulted by the president himself, not once, not twice. And we take their suggestions very seriously, but taking into account that lives and livelihoods have to be saved. Yeah, maybe I should leave it at that, Chairperson. And if there are any queries on what I've said, I'm ready to answer before I leave. But the department will make maybe a presentation, and Deputy Minister will say something. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister, for that high-level input. Much appreciated. Can we then allow the department to comment.
My apologies, Chair. Swart here.
Yes.
Are we not able to engage briefly with the Minister before she leaves?
She's going to leave at 1945.
But that's,
so the department can be able to do the presentation, then we'll prioritize the questions that are directly directed to the minister. Hence, I'm not even allowing the DM to comment now.
How long will you allow the department then before we engage?
No, the department is gonna do that in 10 minutes.
Well, that leaves us 9 minutes to engage with the minister. I'm not sure if that's enough, but I presume we'll have another opportunity to engage with the minister.
Yes, the deputy minister will still be here. It's also privy to this meeting, but yes, depending on how far do we proceed, Honorable Swart.
Forgive me for the dialogue, but I just wanted
to don't worry. I'm also, that's the point. The issue here, the minister is here, and then at least she made an effort to come because I was aware of her engagement. But she made time to come, so I think we need to also appreciate that. Can we then hand over to the department to deal with the technical issues, please? Over to you, Mrs. Brewer.
Good evening, Honourable Chairperson, Minister, and Honourable Members. Thank you very much. I just want to check if the Secretariat will share the presentation because it seems that I'm unable to share.
Secretariat, are we able to do that, Shireen and Amanda and Elaine?
Chairperson, we don't have a copy of the presentation.
Can you grant the sharing rights then? So that we don't waste time. Ms. Brewer, can you email it to the team while they're also granting you the sharing rights?
Thank you. I did email it. In the meantime, I'll look for the sharing rights. Okay. Is the presentation showing?
Yes, proceed.
Perfect.
Proceed, Ms. Brewer.
Thank you. Okay,
Don't repeat what the minister has said. Deal with the technical issues members want to engage.
All right, let me then move to that. I think I just wanted to emphasize where we stand today, and that is that the global cumulative cases to date, a total of 177 million, in excess of that, and more than 3.8 million fatalities, and 111 million active cases. So South Africa currently stands at 19th position in terms of these global COVID-19 infections. And just the national cumulative total of detected COVID cases is at 1.7 or in excess of 1.7 million at the time of reporting, which was yesterday, the 16th of June. And fatalities stood at more than 58,000. So the 4 provinces with the highest number of active cases are Gauteng, Northwest Free State, and the Northern Cape, which are all provinces that are in the 3rd wave. So it has been confirmed in those provinces, and this graph just indicates, how we have progressed over the time period with the peaks identified the first, the second wave, and also the current wave where we are at right now. So I think everybody knows the background of the, of how the disaster and the state of disaster came about with the situation globally, and the cabinet that, made a decision, and the minister that basically implemented the Disaster Management Act to declare a national state of disaster. And she also pronounced that when required, she may, in terms of the Act, issue regulations. And all this is, of course, done taking into consideration that the Disaster Management Act provides specifically in Section 26 that the national executive is primarily responsible for the coordination and management of disasters. I think the minister also emphasized that. So basically, this just gives an overview of the legislative provisions and the mandate that is provided for in the legislation. So I'm not going to dwell on that, so that we can move on to the specifics. The minister does have the power to make the regulations, as we know, in terms of the Section 27, but she does that only after consultation with the NCCC, the PCC, and with Cabinet's approval. So throughout this task has involved striking a balance between a number of the complicated issues that needed to be dealt with, and it has been then implemented through the regulations. So basically, we also just wanted to emphasize the point that the disaster management regulations are compliant with the Constitution. They protect a constitutionally sound purpose, that of saving hundreds of thousands of lives by reducing dramatically the transmission rate of COVID-19 for long enough for the healthcare system to prepare for the situation and slowing down the infection rate. So if we just think about it, permitting all activities that arguably affect or give full effect to the various rights in the Constitution or in the Bill of Rights would collapse the lockdown. And regrettably, it is impossible to craft regulations that reduce the risk of transmission at any given point in time to acceptable levels without permitting some public activities and refusing others. So that is something that one should always just take into consideration. So if we look at the implications of the lockdown on the religious sector, we all know that it had profound impact on society as a whole, but also specifically on the religious or church sectors, which were impacted in several ways. To mention a few, the observing of the curfew at the various times, prohibiting some types of physical gatherings, such as weddings in some stages of the alert levels, church services, restricting the size of gatherings, restricting the size of funerals and night vigils, prohibiting gathering on church customs, and for example, the Muslim calendar celebrations and also other practices, traditional gospel church practices. And over time, as in other sectors, restrictions were eased or tightened after considering, amongst others, the number of active cases, the recovery rate, the rate of increase in active cases, yes, and the availability of hospitals. Yes?
Ms. Brewer?
Yes, Chairperson?
Ms. Brewer, can you hear me?
I can hear you,
This is on
Chairperson.
the issues raised on your slide. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you,
Ms. Brewer?
Chairperson. Yes.
Can you go straight to the responses on the issues raised?
Okay.
in terms of your presentation, leave the preamble because of the time. Go straight to the responses. Start with the I think your responses start from 6. Can you deal with paragraph 6 of your presentation, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going there. Okay,
yes.
so
Don't repeat the issues raised. We all know what was raised in 5. Start there. Sure.
Thank you.
you.
Okay, so one of the issues that were raised is about the database of religious organizations. So we noted that the CRL Rights Commission has commenced with the process of establishing a database. However, this will be for registering cultural, linguistic, and religious bodies and organizations, and not necessarily church places of worship. Then, on the vaccination of religious leaders, the matter was raised during the engagement between the president and the religious sector as well. And the rollout of the vaccination is done in phases. And currently the focus has been on health workers and members of the public that are age 60 and above. Religious leaders who are age 60 and above are therefore encouraged to register and get vaccinated. And the Department of Traditional Affairs is also engaging with the Department of Health to consider other religious leaders as part of the next phase when other essential workers are being registered. However, we must note that the key challenge here may be that how data on these leaders can be accessed, considering that there are multiple structures in the sector and not necessarily one database. The matter on abuse by the enforcement officials is really of great concern, and we believe it should be escalated to the relevant authorities for further investigation. And it is also proposed that this matter be discussed in other relevant portfolio committees to deal with that matter. Recognition as essential workers, it was also one of the issues raised. So we wanted to just emphasize the point that the regulations published on the 20th of April last year provided for a list of essential and permitted services, which included all social work, counseling services, services supporting gender-based violence, care and relief activities. And into this one also reads the services rendered by religious organizations. So after wide consultations with the religious sector, government basically categorized religious counseling as an essential service. And this enabled millions of people who have been affected by the virus to receive this much needed service, since the majority cannot afford professional attention of this nature. So that has been done with regards to that. Although religious leaders as such is not actual essential service or listed as a particular essential service in terms of other legislation. So then there was quite a lot of concerns raised about the super spreader events. So I want to dwell a little bit on this, because super spreader events where large groups of individuals gather without observing physical distancing or wearing of masks are obviously contributing factors. So unless the situation is contained and rapidly attended to, the hospital services will not be able to cope with the influx of patients. So this must be seen not only as this must not be seen as only religious gatherings, but all large groups of individuals that come together. So the underlying rationale for these restrictions is quite simply to prohibit gatherings of people until such time that infection rates are lower. So, and also when the burden on the health system is lessened and it is safe, then the NCCC can then again consider a change to the alert level or an easing of restrictions, as it has done from time to time. So in this regard, the objective is to minimize the risk of super spreader events, as the number of people with active infections remains unacceptably high. There's a greater risk of an infected person without symptoms being present in a gathering and spreading the virus. It is also to decrease unsafe interactions between people, to enforce social distancing, and to alleviate the enormous burden on healthcare services and healthcare workers, so that resources can be directed to meet the needs of COVID-19 and also other patients. We acknowledge and note that it is quite difficult to regulate faith-based gatherings. Not only are congregants in close proximity to one another, but they also act in community, and share food and other things. So although this is very commendable in the normal course of things, and it can be lauded and promoted, the reality is that they pose quite a high risk to congregants. In terms of some examples locally, in March 2025, tourists attended a church gathering in the Free State that resulted in the tracing of 600 attendees who came into close contact with the tourists who tested positive for COVID-19. So the investigation showed that a large number of congregants were infected with the virus after that. So the religious gatherings are also synonymous with singing, clapping of hands, close proximity, and hugging. And these are things that basically are regarded as risky behavior, which can lead to the spread of the virus. So in terms of global studies, there was an article in the Journal of Travel Medicine that details how a single mass gathering resulted in the massive transmission of infections in Malaysia. And they basically said that these cases are directly linked to the Sri Petalang mass gathering that took place early last year. There is also another case or an article that was published by the American Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which documented that 122 choir members of a church became ill after attending choir practice for 2.5 hours. The article recorded that choir practice attendees has multiple opportunities for droplet transmission from close contact transmission, and the act of singing itself might have contributed to the transmission of COVID. They also talk about aerosol emission during speech, which has been correlated with loudness of vocalization, and certain persons who release an order of magnitude more particles than their peers have been referred to as super emitters and have been hypothesized to contribute to super spreading events. So they concluded to say members had an intense and prolonged exposure, singing while sitting 6 to 10 inches from one another, and possibly emitting aerosols. There was also an example of a religious event in South Korea that made up of 40.9% cases of all the cases in South Korea at that time. If we move on to the concerns raised regarding consultation with the religious sector, I think the minister also already responded to some extent to that. And it's just to confirm that the president had several consultations with the religious sector. These consultations are taking place as is permitted in terms of the nature of the disease, the rapidly evolving epidemiological characteristics of the virus, changing strains and new waves, and also based on real-time events. These consultations are held through the Presidential Working Group on the Religious Sector, and the President also has a forum where he engages with the sector on a regular basis on COVID-19 related issues. So in view of the enormous risk or the high risk posed by faith-based gatherings, the President has therefore been consulting with various stakeholders, including religious leaders, on the risks posed by the virus and the need for restrictions on religious and other gatherings in order to slow transmission. To date, despite the enormous hardship caused thereby, the large majority of the churches have accepted the restriction for the life-saving measures that they have. In terms of relief,
I'm so sorry to interrupt. May I raise a point of order, please?
Okay, Honorable Swart.
You know what I'm going to say. It's now 2 minutes to 1:45. And
Okay.
you're very kindly given the presenter, but she's not, unfortunately, addressing the pertinent issues that were raised by the frustrated church leaders, religious leaders in our last meeting. Could I understand the minister has another commitment, and I'm sure, and we appreciate her being here, but there are a lot of questions that we would like to put to her. My suggestion would be that we definitely are going to have to set aside time to engage with the minister in the near future, because now it's 2 minutes to. And I think we appreciate the presentation, but we've got it all, we can read it. But I do think it's very important for us as members to start engaging with the department, engaging with the deputy minister, given that the minister is to be excused. And I don't know what the other members feel, but I feel very strongly. There were some very, very upset and understandably upset church leaders, faith-based leaders expressing strong views the other night. So we need to, as public representatives, we need to engage with the department and at an appropriate time with the minister on those very severe concerns raised by so many people. And I'm sure, Chairperson, you agree with that sentiment.
Yes, she's almost done. She's done. She was on G. That's the last aspect of the presentation. And the minister has agreed to shift the meeting up to 8:15. She will stay up to 8:15. She's almost done. Then there were only three aspects that I've shared the presentation with you. You have seen that. She wanted to deal with the three aspects: establishment of the interfaith organization, religiousization of churches and training. And then that's done. She was almost done.
Thank you,
2 minutes, wrap up so that.
Yeah, no, thank you. I
Yes.
wasn't aware that the minister agreed to stay a bit
Gonna
longer.
stay up
Thank
to
you so
8:15.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. And wrap up 2 minutes. Deal with the remaining aspects.
Thank you, Chairperson. The relief funds for the sector, we also acknowledge that churches that are making UIF contributions for their employees have been assisting qualifying members to apply for various social relief funds. We have, for example, been advised by the Department of Labour and Employment that some churches have very successfully applied for that relief fund and to benefit from the UIF. Just some other issues that needs consideration is the establishment of the interfaith organization, where government realizes that this is a very important initiative, and it is important to have a representative body or structure comprising all interfaith organizations. But it is also noted that it will be important for the sector to organize themselves, as this would not be a government established body, but a government would like to, engage with representatives. So then also registration of churches. They are currently registered through the Department of Social Development and also the Companies Intellectual Property Commission. So the CRL Rights Commission database will also cover the registration of religious bodies to some extent. Then also training and capacity building. There is a proposal that the sector engages with SAQA for approval of the formal program for religious leaders. So that is basically the end of the presentation, asking just to take note and also inviting further the comment and just to end with in the words of our president, a very different South Africa and world awaits us.
Okay.
Will be our willingness to embrace change. Let us rise to meet this challenge. Let us stand as one family and one nation to build a new and stronger society. The days before us will be difficult, but we will draw strength from what we have achieved. So with that, thank you very much. And I just want to say in the presentation that was shared, there's also some additional slides that talks to the regulations and the impact to the religious sector across the various alert levels if you want to go through that at your own time. Thank you very much.
Okay. There was one participant called Pastor. Can I plead with all of you attendees of this meeting, as I've done last week? Can you make sure that you mute your videos and also mute your microphones? Because the things that we're seeing here on cameras, they are very disturbing. I mean, if people are in a meeting, they focus them on being in a meeting. You know yourself, if you have logged in as pastor, can you address that? As a matter, can I please, people, if you know you have your video on, switch it on if you are doing off my apology. If you know you are doing other, these things of us seeing your suitcases and everything, it's a bit disturbing, honestly. Can we replace respect the decorum of this house? The only thing that we want to see in your video, on your background, is only yourself, nothing else. Can we please deal with that? It's my humble plea, because the stuff that we are seeing here, some of them are very terrible. That's the word of caution. And all the time, can people mute their videos? And if you want to appear, then make sure your background is safe. Unlike what you are seeing suitcases here. I'm seeing 2 hands for now. And the other thing, a word of caution. If I hear you repeating what you raised on Tuesday, I'm going to cut you short. Because you're not going to repeat yourself. And those that were not here, who will come here today, because I don't know what follow-up are you making on, because you were not in the meeting on Tuesday. So these are some of the things that I want to seriously raise, because we still need to have to deal with the presentation of the commission. Yes. So it's not a matter of you coming here and opening up issues that you were not in the meeting, because I can see already in my raise hand there are 2 people who were not in my meeting last week. I'm saying on Tuesday. I don't know what new issues, and if you know you're not here, you first write on the chat group to tell me what we're going to talk about, to save time and to avoid repetitions, because I don't know what are you going to follow up on things that you were not even an active participant in the previous meeting. I think that's the process of this meeting. You know yourself. If you are not in the meeting, I'm not going to recognize you for now. I'll allow those that were in the meeting, because no, they are saying these are the issues that we raised that we feel they're not adequately addressed. And those who are naming themselves as Galaxy J7 Prime, I don't know the person. You need to rename your gadget first, then I'll recognize you, because there's no person called Galaxy J7 Prime. I've never had such a person. Having said that, the hand that I can recognize of the speakers of Tuesday is Bishop Mashashane and Michael Swain for SA. Can you start, Bishop? Then you'll be followed by Mr. Michael Swain. The others will be renaming their gadgets so that I can then, nobody's going to shout that I'm so and so, whereas you have got an opportunity to name your gadget correctly. Yes, and Unity and Blessing Network. You were in a meeting, so these are the 3 hands that currently recognizing for the first time, Bishop Mashashani and Michael Swain and Unity in Blessing. You are not going to repeat what you said, just address the issues, because as the chair, I need to direct this meeting. And you have heard the minister doesn't have the luxury of time. Bishop Mashashani, over to you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the minister, deputy minister, and everybody. Protocol observed. I just want to, I know we're not going to repeat ourselves. Indeed, we're not going to.
Where's your picture? Okay.
There
Proceed,
I am.
Bishop.
Thank
Preambles are taking your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to say, yes, the presentation has been done, but actually it is not directly speaking to our issues. The issues that we have raised, they were actually supposed to be spoken to item by item. And yes, we are still repeating to say, as a religious sector, we feel that we are indeed discriminated. I'm going to be very much specific on few of the things. For an example, the last item that was made now on the representation, it is speaking about a relief. And I heard she saying other churches were given a relief and all the stuff. That is not true. We have been suffering as a religious sector. Yes, people are saying we need to understand that we can't move on as normal like other sectors are not. But it is not consistent. Right now, we are told that the church is only supposed to have 50 people attending the service. But what about the casino? A church is only on Sunday. It's only for a maximum period of 2 hours. So why then should we look at the church as if it's a super spread? We are following all the scientific precautions, but still that does not convince the government to consult, even to engage with us. We are simply taking decisions without being consulted. We also want to know, who are those religious leaders that are repeatedly referred as if they are consulted? Who are those people who represent us without knowing us, without engaging with us, without our nomination actually? Talking about the relief, all sectors, including tourism, you mentioned, transport department, all of them, those sectors were given something as a relief, but the churches are only shut down. I don't know whether who said pastors are only living by the word and not bread. We live by both the word and the bread. So pastors were supposed to be also given a relief when their churches were shuttered down, but we were never being considered simply because we were discriminated. Churches are not engaged like other sectors. We look at the taxi industry or the transport, it is 100% capacity. You go to the casino, how many people there? Why don't we say to the churches a certain percentage? If a casino is allowed to do the gambling, their business, as usual, only until the curfew kick up, then can we really be convinced that all sectors are treated the same? We need to understand that we are all equal before the law. There's no law that should target only the religious sector, and another law is soft when it comes to other sectors. There was this, lastly, there was this...
Lastly,
we had the Solidary Fund relief. Solidary Fund relief was for everybody in South Africa, but only religious sectors were excused and excluded. We need to deal with this exclusion of the religious. Nothing about us without us. We really
Thank
need to
you,
be
Bishop.
represented in every sphere. I know my 5 minutes. I have to fair.
I said 3. I didn't say 5. I moral, I discipline, Bishop. These things are there on your submission. Thank
My
you.
last submission on that when I'm leaving, it's that all other sectors, we had even today during the day when they were making the presentation on the art and culture, they had to even give the artist 3 relief last year, but nothing is given to the religious sector. I am saying, as the minister is going to answer the questions, though she's in a hurry, we asking that she must also address the relief that need to be given to all religious sectors who have lost their cars, who have lost their houses. Some of them lost even their lives. The banks, there was this guarantee loan. You go there as a religious sector, you can't get help. UIF, you can't get, even 350 was not given to the pastor. Nikolibu.
Bishop, please, can I also plead with the others? You want to hear the minister, but the more you repeat same things that are in the presentations, you're going to miss the opportunity, because I'm not going to detain the minister here indefinitely. Thank you so much, Bishop. I'm just saying it for the Michael Swain, then gonna be followed by Pastor Mkuba, and then Pastor Mfamadi, then it will be Pastor Nkosi, in that order. 3 minutes, colleagues, please. Mr. Swain.
Thank you, Chair. Do appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister. All protocols observed. I will be brief and try and be less than 3 minutes, Chair, because I appreciate the time. Three short questions. We heard, of course, from the President while we were, in fact, in our meeting on Tuesday, that we were moving to level 3. What I would like to ask specifically is, was there consultation with the religious community before the latest regulation shift and the move to level 3? And if there was, who was consulted? And specifically, if there was a consultation, why was 4SA, given the fact that we have evidenced the significant number of people, up over 15 million, in fact, that we have represented on this matter, were we not included? My next question would be, we have heard and we appreciate the delicate balance between lives and livelihood, and we have heard a strong emphasis placed on the scientific rationale for these lockdown levels. But specifically, in this shift to lockdown level 3 that we have now been placed under, only 4 provinces are officially in the 3rd wave. Why, therefore, is the whole country at level 3? Why is a differentiated approach not being followed? Is this based upon a gut feeling of what might happen in the other provinces, or is this in fact based on science? And if so, upon what science? And then lastly, to re-emphasize the super spreader events, which I have pointed out and 4SA has pointed out in our court papers, 2 of them which were mentioned are discredited, the Free State event, particularly, and the South Korean event. But we do still have taxis running, as has been mentioned, at 100%. This is clearly a high-risk element for super spreader events because of the number of people in close proximity and obviously sitting together for sometimes significant lengths of time. There's no shift in the regulations regarding taxis, and yet there has been a significant reduction in religious gatherings, even in churches, by the way, and other places of worship which have significant space, which can accommodate, in some instances, several thousand people. To restrict those to a maximum of 50 seems to be illogical and irrational and not based upon science, but I would value a comment from the Minister in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then can I allow Unity in Blessing Network to take the platform?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity, and thank you, Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. I wanted to say something that is already said, but I'm gonna say it anyway, that basing on decisions on events like the one of Free State, it just feels somehow it is just not right, because we know that the Free State event happened before we were told about protocols, and on the other hand, we look at what is happening around our country. We do see that infections are happening in other places, but those places are not restricted and they're not shut down forever just because one infection happened. And I would really ask that let the people who are advising in these matters really do their homework when they advise with matters regarding our lives, because the spirituality of people is very important. You take that away from them, you are destroying them. There are many people right now who are dying because they are lacking the feeding of their spiritual lives, and they are in loneliness, they are not catered for, they are not receiving relevant services, because really when there is a crisis like this and people are losing their family members, their loved ones, they're losing their jobs, and then a very important part of their lives is taken away, then you sort of destroy the nation. Because to speak the truth, there are many people now who are not dying just because of coronavirus, but they're dying because they are deprived of the support that they receive from their churches. Churches are very important, and we cannot start now to behave in South Africa as if we do not need God. We do need God. And I would really ask, even the matter of, I know that you said we should not repeat the matter of police brutality. That is very worrying. I mean, given the fact that we nearly died, we would really want this matter to be dealt with the sincerity and the severity that it deserves. I mean, having police coming into a place to shoot many people, and we are told not to feel like we are not discriminated against. It will never happen, because, I mean, there are many people who are traumatized right now. I mean, people who nearly died, who nearly lost their lives. And how do you explain police coming to a church with a helicopter and nyalas, as a militaristic operation on a church upon praying people who are not posing danger to anyone? Is just unacceptable. I'm still reiterating, please, this involves people's lives. Let it be given a sincere consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Pastor Balkan Mufamadi, followed by Pastor Lucas Nkosi. Then it will be Baka Mengezele, in that order. Pastor Mufamadi, unmute your microphone, because I'm starting to count my 3 minutes now. Video, please.
Hello?
Yes. If you
Yes.
can go a bit up, we can't see you, only seeing your glasses.
Okay, thank you.
That's better. Go there, yeah. Stay there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think today you are going to tell us, the Honorable Minister will tell us, who are these leaders that we do not know representing us as the Christian faith. They will be, because if they were representing us, they will also come and consult us and take our mandates. But we are here, we are crying because we don't have any interaction between us and them. So I think, and even if they are there, because they already failed us, I want to believe that we need to get new leaders in this National Commanding Council. I think this is straightforward. They are not representing us. And then the other thing, the whole issue of the church not being opened, and yet other sectors are opened. Something is very wrong. Like I said previously, the liquor industry from Monday to Saturday, from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the evening, they are not taken as super spreaders. The church is, according to government. And we are talking about only 2 hours, only on Sunday. Our recommendation is, let at least 50% of church members be allowed to come. If the auditorium is having, let's say, 10,000 seater, let 5,000 be allowed. At least there will be a space, social distancing from one person to the other. And let us see for a period, maybe of a month, and check the rate, even in the church itself, in terms of the infection rate. But above all, we feel that we are not being listened to, but we also feel that we are a scapegoat. When government did not close borders to India, when India had a third wave, now the problem of not closing borders with India, it lies with the church. We are now the scapegoat. When people are not doing social distancing, when they are drunk, they're in the beer halls, the scapegoat is the church. Whenever everything goes wrong, is the church that is at fault. We are saying here, we are not at fault. Let us give it an opportunity. The event in Free State happened before COVID-19 regulations. Give us time now, and we believe that we'll be able, since we've been making sure that there's order in the church and there's social distancing. Social distancing will continue, but let us not become a target. We are a praying church. We are praying for government to make sure that this virus dies out from our nation. So let us not be discriminated against. We are saying we are not being consulted. Those people who are claiming they are representing us, they are not representing us. We don't know them. They do not exist before us. We just hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have raised that point, and your 3 minutes is gone. Pastor Nkosi.
Chair,
Thank
Steve
you.
Swarter. Chair, would the minister like to respond before she leaves in 5 minutes?
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
sure whether I'm not sure
Can
whether
we
you
deal with that? Honorable Swart will respond. I'm almost done. Please. She's going
Thank
to
you.
respond before she leaves.
Thank
Sure. Thank you. It's only 2 speakers who stick to their 3 minutes, then I'll give the minister an opportunity. Lucas Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. First and foremost, let me acknowledge the presence of the Minister. Yeah, at least today we managed to access her. Yeah, because, the presentation, her first presentation and the second presentation is just a confirmation of what I've been doubting all along. And, it's disappointing because first and foremost, to hear issues about Korea and Bloemfontein today, it's horrific. That presentation, if I had my powers, I would scrap it. It didn't speak anything to the issues, and it's outdated. Those arguments and that debate was exhausted in May, and the minister herself, even through I remember even the late Minister Mthembu spoke to those things, and they were addressed, they were put to rest. We didn't expect that. It's disappointing. And secondly, the issue of consultation. In December 28, January, and so forth, there was no consultation. It's on record. Even on media, I remember even Bishop Mbumlwana spoke and said, hey, we were not consulted. So there was no consultation in January. Hence, we had casualties that happened with brutalities and so forth and so forth. It's like, the executive released an order. There's proof to that effect. And a lot of things, there's no research, there's no science, scientific research. I've spoken to the MEC in Gauteng, even the provincial government. We are far ahead of those presentations. And I'm wondering at national, when they say they consult provinces and so on, who are they consulting? Because even if you can corroborate with the minutes of the meetings in Gauteng, you know, they are nowhere near what is presented. And on the issue of consultation, as far as the Disaster Management Act is concerned, I mean, Section 6 is saying minister by notice of the Gazette must prescribe the framework. And then, you know, number I, it says, and you know, taking into account recommendation from Intergovernmental Committee, number 1. Secondly, comments by the public submitted as a result of publication in terms of Section 2. And the B there says, from time to time, amend the National Disaster Management Framework. And number 2 of Section 6 says, before prescribing and amending the National Disaster Management Framework, the minister must publish the particulars of the proposed framework or amendment in the Gazette for public comment. So who did they consult? There was no consultation. In December 28, in January, there was no consultation. So unfortunately, we have to scrap it. And let me honor and respect your time, Honorable Chair. Yeah, but that thing must be scrapped. We need real answers.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pastor Menge Zeleli, backup.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Can
Thank
I
you for
see you?
You want to see me?
You're live on Parliament TV, so we must see you. You know the rule. You were here last. Yeah, sorry, on Tuesday.
Oh, just hold on. Sorry, Chairperson. This technology, it's confusing sometimes.
Go up a bit.
Yes.
It's better. It's better. Stay there.
Okay. All right. Thanks,
Though that thing looks like a headboard, but it's not my space as long as I don't see other people coming there. Okay, proceed.
Okay, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to zoom in on the responses that have been given by both. I want to zoom in on the responses that have been given by both by the department and the minister. The first thing that I want to comment on is around the issue of consultation. Chairperson, we have all agreed, and I think we're all agreeing, both government and the religious sector, that the consultation process at the moment is flawed in many other reasons. One, that we are not sure who are these people that are being consulted, that the president has been talking to. If you're talking about the presidential working group, who are you referring to? So moving forward, it will be useful for the committee to disclose and provide that information to the religious sector in terms of who constitute this presidential working group, and also who constitute the people that are in the forum, so that we are able to see what are the gaps in terms of that representation. Because at the moment, I am of the view as a Godly Governance Network leader that the people that are mostly consulted are religious leaders from the South African Council of Churches. And therefore, that needs to be dealt with. And it might not be the problem of government alone. It might also be a problem of the fact that, as we have said, that this sector...
Point of order, Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson.
So, Chairperson,
the speaker there is saying the SACC was consulted. And we have said it several times. I'm a member of the SACC. I'm the member of the SACC. I was never consulted.
Do that in the meetings. You get given an opportunity to be recognized by the chair.
Yeah, but Chairperson must not.
No. Otherwise, I'm going to mute you. Respect the decorum of this house, please. You should have waited for me to ask you what is the point of order. You don't just continue like that. I won't allow you to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for this.
Chairperson.
Mute your microphone, Pastor Mlo.
Okay.
It's almost done. You left with 30 seconds, Pastor Mengezeli. Finish your point.
Okay, Chairperson. Okay, fine. That's the point that I've made. The second point that I wanted to talk about was the issue of the interfaith engagement. I'm very much happy, Chairperson, that there are plans to engage with the religious sector on the kind of the structure that must be used for engaging with religious leaders. But it will be very important for us to get clarity in terms of what is the plan moving forward.
Point made. Pastor Silo Teboho Mutsiri Karoli. You are the last one.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. And I just want the question of Tuesday based on the health of the vaccine and also the issue again that I want also to elaborate the unhappinesses that we are facing, whereby the Minister of Police, I would love also the Minister to address the Minister of Police not to mistreat the church leaders, because really some of his comments really are not welcome. And the last question also that I want to ask, why only our government focuses on the scientific vaccines that we think also some of us are not safe, but they are excluding the traditional herbs and other remedies of African traditional natural herbs. Thank you.
Minister, can I hand over to you? I know we've already taken your time.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the religious leaders who have spoken. I think as a general point, maybe we will make available the people that do get consulted when there's a consultation. I did not say there's a consultation all the time, but I did say that the religious, the faith-based organizations have been consulted a number of times. So let me just make that clear. We'll make available the people that normally get invited. And I think if there is a problem with inviting those, maybe we should also be favored with who represents the religious organizations, the ones that are saying are not represented, so that we can then amend the list that the president normally invites. So I think, because even though we are told they don't represent, we are not told who represents, who should be invited. I think if that could also be done, it would be useful so that we can have a representative group. I also want to just explain, because I see on the chat I'm being told I don't, religious leaders have meetings too, other engagements too. I don't prioritize this meeting. Let me just explain. The meetings I have were planned long ago when we knew that this was going to be a recess. We were not expecting to be in portfolio committees. And so when these portfolio committees were then set up, that's why we make sure that if I'm not there, the deputy minister is there. So it's not that we don't prioritize this meeting, but we did set up meetings. There are lots of meetings I will have going forward because I wasn't expecting portfolio committee meetings. But when I can, I will also try and attend the portfolio committee. So I just wanted to make that clear. On the question of relief, I think I will not be able to answer that because there are lots of sectors that did not get relief. I will not answer that question. I will take it to the collective and say this is something that is being raised about relief and why others get relief and why others don't. But of course, in terms of UIF that Anne was talking about, you do get it if you've been contributing. So I will not answer the question of relief here. The question of police brutality is really something that we all should condemn. I don't think police should be brutal against anyone, not church, not anyone. They should keep the law, but keeping law does not mean you have to be brutal. So I agree that brutality should not be acceptable. And I will take this matter also again with the Minister of Police. And I think he himself does not expect the police to be brutal. He expects them to keep the law, but not to be brutal. Now, I'm told about Section 6, about this section in the Disaster Management Act. Let me make it clear that this national state of disaster is according to Section 27, not all the other sections. So Section 27 is what guides us, not Section 6, not other sections, because this particular one, if the declaration was around Section 27. Section 27 does not talk about all the things that, for instance, Pastor Ngosi was talking about. The consultation is also not in Section 27, but government takes seriously the issue of consultation. That's why even before the lockdown, there was consultation. Of course, I hear that the people who were consulted are not necessarily the ones that you consider as representative. But I'm just saying that under Section 27, there is no consultation. But because government considered consultation is important, it does. Of course, it doesn't do at every time that the president is going to speak. For instance, in March, there was a consultation, and that's why at Easter, instead of the normal numbers that were there at the time, they were increased. The number was increased after the March consultation. Yes, it may not have been what the religious leaders asked for, but the president had to balance between not increasing the numbers too much and get a third wave coming immediately, and the numbers that you're talking about, it's all gatherings. It's restaurants, it's social gatherings, it's political gatherings, it's religious gatherings. So yes, this time when the president spoke, there was no consultation. But if we listen to the president, he was actually saying he had made an announcement 2 weeks before, and the numbers had doubled in the 2 weeks. And that's why it was urgent to bring very urgent measures, especially because we were seeing 4 provinces already in the 3rd wave. But the other provinces, it's not like they are plateauing. The others are also increasing. If you look at the Western Cape, for instance, yesterday, it was already over 1,000 people infected, whereas before the announcement, there were less than 1,000. So all the other provinces are increasing. They may not be officially in the 3rd wave, but they are on the increase. And that also brings me to the issue of differentiated. We have realized that it was not going to, we debated this matter of differentiated. It's not like it was overlooked. It was debated, even in the PCC, it was debated. But the fact of the matter was that all provinces are in trouble in terms of the increase. But the others, like Gauteng, are way ahead. The others are following. There is no province that can say they are just static, nothing is happening, therefore they don't need these measures. But also, there is lots of interprovincial movement. So it was considered and it was agreed that we should limit the numbers in every province so that we don't wait until every province is where Gauteng is before we start doing something. Because Gauteng is far ahead. And if we say, no, the others must then wait until they get to where Gauteng is, it will not be helpful. And that's why it was agreed that all of them must, the limitation must be across the board so that those who are not where Gauteng is, hopefully do not reach where Gauteng is. And then Gauteng can also start going down, we hope. I will read the list of people that are normally invited. So that I can just read the list, unless you want me to email it to you, of the people that normally, when there's a consultation, get consulted. Yes, some of them belong to the SACC, but not all. There's the SACC, and then it brings a delegation. There is the South African Catholic Bishop Conference. There's the NICSA. There's the Muslim Judicial Council. There's the Jewish Board of Deputies, South African Hindu Mahasabha, African Independent Churches, Charismatic Pentecostal Churches. All these bring delegation. They bring a delegation, so they bring 2 or 3 people, sometimes more. The African Traditional Faiths, the National Religious Leaders Council, the South African Interfaith Council. Yeah, those are the religious groups that get invited. And then we also got a complaint for South Africa, and for South Africa said they represent many others that are not represented by this group, and then they were added. So I thought I should just say, because there were a lot of the questions were, who are these people? Who are these people? And we do keep registers of them who come. I will not bother you, but sometimes there are even more than 50, up to 50 representatives. So those are the people if there are others that we should add, I'm sure the president won't mind adding them to this list. And then in terms of the vaccine, yes, I think the phases of the vaccines mean that some of the religious leaders already can be vaccinated now. But when the essential service, other essential services are vaccinated, because we started with the health workers, and then it's people over 60. Even the other essential services have not yet been vaccinated, whether it's the defense force, the police, the teachers. They will be coming in the next phase. And I'm quite sure that religious leaders, as they are also part of the essential services, would be considered in that phase. I think the question of natural herbs and all that, I think the Department of Health can deal with that. And as I say, the disaster regulations and what happens during the disaster is not decided by COPTA alone, it's a collective decision. So I'll leave it at that. Chairperson. Because I'm running really late now. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, I should think we should excuse you. The DM is here, and it will be very much unfair for us to keep you here. Maybe to assure the members of the religious sector, the minister, when she's available, she prioritizes our committee work. On that one, you can be rest assured. Like she has indicated, like in my opening remarks yesterday, I indicated that we had to make an application to sit during the recess period. So whenever the minister is available, she attends the meeting, like in line with the recommendation of Honorable Swart. As we progress, should we take that decision and inform her in advance? I know the minister will be able to come back. Your excuse, Minister. We want to sincerely apologize for keeping you more than what you said you are going to. I think you will apologize to the other colleagues to the meeting that you are going to attend. We sincerely appreciate you, Minister. The DM is here. The colleagues from the National Disaster Management Center, they are here. Even the commission is still going to make a presentation. Some of the issues are going to be covered by the commission. Thank you, Minister, and I can even see in the platform there are those that are saying they appreciate your availability, your excuse, and we want to apologize for keeping you up to this now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, and
yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Colleagues, I need to be guided. Do we hear the... No, let's proceed. I see the hands of the following colleagues that are up. It will be Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Brink, and Honorable Swart. Can we deal with that? DM, I hope you have taken that platform. And Honorable Mpumza, his hand is up. Yes, let's proceed in that order so that we can move to the CRL Rights Commission presentation. Like that proposal that you've put, Honorable Brinkshul, we feel these matters need to be taken further. Then I'll allow the members of the religious sectors whose hands are up now. Like I said, this person with a phone, with the iPad, iPhone written Musa's iPhone, I won't be able to recognize you if you didn't put your full names, if you were in the meeting. on Tuesday. Remember, if you were in the meeting on Tuesday, I've got a list here of people who were in the meeting on Tuesday. I also note who spoke. When you speak, I always put on my notes, so and so said and said this. So whoever is using Musa's iPhone, until such time I know who this person is, the hand will continue to be up. So rename your gadget. Can I then allow Honorable Honorable Horneval to be the first one to continue with question on the department and the ministry's presentation? Honorable Horneval.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I actually lowered my hand, but let me make a quick comment in terms of the minister. You say that she's always available, but I think it's the second time that she's in our committee for this year, and it's the first time we can engage her. Unfortunately, she's already left again. So, Chairperson, I think we must schedule some meeting where we can have a proper engagement with the minister herself. So that will be my contribution in terms of this department, Chairperson. I do not see the minister enough. We do not engage with the minister enough. She's always busy and she's never available for us. So that will be my contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Brink.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think that the problem of members of the faith community feeling that they aren't properly consulted or that they are excluded from the process is part of a bigger problem that we alluded to yesterday. And that is that the Disaster Management Act and Section 27 of that Act is not the correct and sufficient and constitutionally acceptable mechanism under which a country can be governed for such an extended period of time, especially given the ministerial powers, the powers of the minister under a declaration of national disaster. These regulations that are issued aren't just ordinary regulations. They are regulations which ordinarily would be the sole preserve of Parliament. It would be laws in Parliament that go out for public participation. There's a comment period. People can give input. That input has to be considered, and so forth. But, you know, the Disaster Management Act in Section 27 abridges all of that. And we really have to ask, is this an appropriate legal mechanism? And I think that's the main point, you know, and if people have that proper process to participate in, it will answer many of the concerns. And let's also just be clear that consultation on an informal basis, speaking to a few people, is different from formal consultation where there are certain procedural requirements and so forth. And I think that's, for me, one of the main issues that the Deputy Minister and the Minister has to answer as we go forward. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brink. Honorable Swartz.
Thank you so much,
Chairperson. Followed
Chairperson.
by Honorable Pomza.
Thank you so much, and greetings to all the colleagues and all the representatives from the religious communities. I think, Chair, there's a growing dissatisfaction and a frustration and almost verging on a righteous anger that is being expressed by representatives of the religious communities that we as Parliament need to hear very carefully, given that we are the voice of the people. And I think, Chair, rightfully you've arranged these and these meetings, but it is very important for us and we've done that to a certain degree, but I think it's very important for the Deputy Minister who sat on the previous meeting to convey these sentiments very clearly to Cabinet, given the fact as Honourable Brink said, that Parliament plays a very limited role in the writing of these regulations, and that is a separate issue which we're hoping to deal with. But I think, Chair, that it's not necessarily correct when the Minister says that the religious sector is the same as all other sectors. That might be correct in a certain legal framework, but the religious sector plays a key role in society. It is the biggest NGO. It is a force for good. And you correctly indicated you'd like to hear the role that they have been playing, but there are a number of submissions already made where we know the role that they play at this particular time when we have bereavement counseling, prayers, those for lost jobs, people that have been starving, and then we hear of the pastors themselves that are struggling. And so I would plead with the committee and with the Deputy Minister to please convey the sentiment. Yes, there is a limited degree of consultation, but there is growing frustration from representatives of the religious sector. I'm getting calls of people, and remember we had our meeting where those views were expressed prior to the most recent lockdown. We were meeting whilst the new lockdown, and this is having even a greater impact. And myself as a lawyer, it makes no logic when you have a venue that can take 1,000 people and you only allow 50 people. There's no logic. There can be no legal justification for that. So I would urge the Deputy Minister to convey these sentiments. The church is getting very frustrated and very tired, and I think we as public representatives need to hear that. I would ask the Deputy Minister as well to please respond to the issue that was raised, that the heavy-handed attitude of law enforcement, which the Minister also alluded to, which must be condemned. But yesterday, on the Youth Day function, we saw political parties having massive Youth Day events where there was no limit to 50 members and there was no enforcement. Had it been a church, there would have been immediate law enforcement, as members and church leaders have said, 20 police cars, whilst enforcing that in churches, whilst our communities are being ravaged by crime, and that's where there should be the law enforcement. So, Chairperson, there's a lot of frustration being expressed over this, and we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to continually engage, and I'm grateful that we will have the opportunity to engage tonight, even if we sit very late and we hear what steps have been taken. And I think it is, as I indicated, it's unacceptable to keep referring to the Free State meeting. That was prior to the lockdown. And I want the department to hear this very clearly. I was there. It was prior to the lockdown. There was no lockdown enforced, and it's kept being used by government to get at the churches, and I find it unacceptable and it must stop. Chairperson, I'll leave it at that, and we will engage further during the course of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Swart. Can I then allow Honorable Pumza? Then you'll be followed by Honorable Peza. Then you'll be followed by Bishop Sono. Then followed by, I don't know whether it's Bishop or what, Mr. Makola. And then Mr. Mloi, and then it will be Mkalipi, so that we move to the next presentation by the CRL Rights Commission. In that order, Honorable Mpumza.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good evening to the Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair, and the honorable members, as well as our distinguished guests. Chair, I had listened to the presentations on the 15th by a number of religious leaders. And what I picked up key, which was of high concern, was one critical around the area of the fact that the disaster regulations that actually abrogated, that's what Foster said, abrogated the rights as enshrined in the Constitution, and went further to be some form of being that these regulations were arbitrary and irrational. And then this thing had raised a concern to me also as a member of a church. When raised by our own leaders. But with the presentation from the national disaster now by Ms. Annelle Bruno, it has to some extent eased my concern because my real concern was around this question that the provisions of the rights in the Constitution had been actually abrogated by the issuing of these disaster regulations. And then therefore, but the presentation indicates that these regulations are within the limits of the Constitution as enshrined in Section 36, the general limitations. And therefore, again, they are in line with the fact that the Section 57 in declaring the disaster, the intention is to prevent and to combat any disruption that has been rendered by this pandemic. And then therefore, to me, the area around the freedom of religion being violated, that contention to me has been eased by this very presentation that there is a provision in the Constitution that these rights, they are within those limits as prescribed in the Constitution. I think the second area was around this question of financial relief, which I realize as a point that the religious sector has not been provided to. I think the minister then had responded to that particular matter, that it's not only the religious sector, but also other sectors had been left out, which is a matter then I think my colleague is saying that this is the matter that should be taken out to the National Command Council. But I think that this fact that to say that Section 57 is giving too much powers to the minister, that contention I dispute, because it makes provision for the executive that is to intervene. And then therefore, you have no other way because this provision is allowing the executive to intervene, to combat such a pandemic, such disruption, but also because we would not go to the extent of an emergency through this disaster. And then therefore, to me, this allegation that there's too much power, to me, it does not hold. It's a matter perhaps for debate, which I think, as you, through you, Chair, you have accepted. The presentation of a private member's bill is a matter that as members will debate going forward to look at it, whether is it arbitrary indeed, whether is it a fair provision for us to be protected. I think also, Chair, what would be important is that we must thank you for allowing the religious sector to come and raise their concern and the issues, creating such a particular platform. That should be commended, so that religious leaders, our pastors, must be given that opportunities enshrined in the Constitution to interact with this committee. But at no stage that we, as members of parliament, should be act as a stop steward of such religious leaders when they had come here in their own and to raise those issues. I think as members of the committee, we must take their concern, but not act as their shop steward. That's the thing that we should be looking at as members of the committee, so that we don't go towards politicizing this matter. We must listen as a committee and see how then we take this message forward as a committee and discuss, not to act on their behalf when they are here present themselves. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Umza. Bishop Sono, over to you. At least you have sent me a text to say you've been battling to rename your gadgets.
Yes,
Can
thank
we
you very
see
much,
you?
Chair.
Can we
Thank
see
you
you?
so much. Yes, I was
Thank
battling
you.
to rename my gadget, and I want to apologize. I couldn't
Chair.
attend the last meeting,
Chair.
though I had received an invite.
Reza, you are coming after Mr. Mukolo. I've noted you. Honorable Kleza. Proceed, Bishop.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. So I was saying I did send a written apology about yesterday's meeting. That's why I wasn't there. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the one thing I want to raise, Honorable Chair, is that
Chairperson, you said
Honorable
I'm after.
Kleza.
You said I'm after Mpums,
No.
Honorable Mpums.
No, I said
You didn't say so.
I said after Mr. Mukolo, I've written your name down. Maybe you didn't hear me properly because I mentioned names. You are coming after Mr. Mukolo.
No, it's fine.
It will be you, Muloi, and then Mkalipi. Then that will conclude the list. Proceed. Proceed. Sorry, Bishop, for the interruptions. Proceed.
That's fine, Honorable Chair. Yes, I was saying that, you know, there has been recommendations or guidelines submitted to government from the religious sector around things that we felt we should not practice because of the COVID concerns. Things like the serving of communion, that when we sing, we should be wearing masks, the continual sanitizing, that we don't lay hands, and so on and so forth. I was quite concerned with the presentation that was made when reference was made to those things, in the same way that some members are raising their concern about the Bloemfontein issue. By the way, we are very close with the people who were involved in that. The minute it was known about that infection, churches did take precautions. And from that very incident, only one person passed on. And all the church leaders who were there took extra precautions to make sure that they prevent any further infections. I'm saying all this in the background, Honorable Chair, that I'm concerned that what we present to our leadership isn't noted. Even in this engagement, are the things that we are saying taken note of? Or is it an engagement such that next time when an announcement is made, then the statement is made, we have consulted? So we kind of wonder, is the consultation bearing any fruit? Are our leaders listening to what we're saying? Have the leaders tried to check how exemplary churches are? Not only are we taking precautions in our churches, we have been the big advocates of people vaccinating, people being safe. We use our platforms to announce those things, you know? And I think churches honestly have to be given a fair treatment in the way they really have tried to handle themselves. It's unfortunate that we are lumped together with other, you know, activities that are not necessarily church activities. But if you generally look at what churches are trying to do, I think churches are really trying to listen and they are trying to comply. But when we see the decisions made the way they are made, in spite of what we've presented, what we've asked, the precautions that are taken, we end up making an assumption that maybe it looks like we are not being listened to, maybe we are a soft target, maybe government feels that they can just steamroll and run over us, leave the taxis alone, leave the taverns alone, leave alcohol alone, and all of that. And it might not be so, but it's coming across that way. And we're hoping this engagement will really be more fruitful than the ones that have been there before. Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Bishop. Before you speak, Mr. Mukolo, I think you need to refrain from abusing this platform of the church. Because as a chairperson, I'm not going to tolerate comments that are derogatory. Like the comment that you've put on Honorable Mpums. You've also sent me a message that I find it very much unfortunate. Because in every proceedings, there's a chair who will use a discretion on how to chair a meeting. And I've been very specific to say, I'm not going to recognize people who were not in the meeting, who didn't speak, maybe with the exception of those that obtained the apology. Like even Bishop, the previous speaker now, he sent an apology. But the reason why I didn't recognize him at the time, because his gadget was not renamed. So can I plead with all of you here to say, don't abuse this chat platform. The reason why we call you here, we want to listen to you because of the outcry. And then as Parliament, I think we're the last voice to listen. I was very clear and specific on my introduction yesterday. But if we were to find comments like this of yours, Mr. Mkhona, and I'll plead with you, you must remove those comments from the chat group. Otherwise, I'll use my discretion because I said earlier, let's respect the decorum of these proceedings. And you cannot be coming here and telling us about your rights as if we don't know which rights do you people have, because we know that we called you, we convened this meeting. We're not doing it for malicious compliance because we wanted to listen to you, to hear your voice based on the outdated comments that complaints that you raised with us. But now to be called names here, I won't agree. And until such time you withdraw your things, I'll skip you and note Honorable Kleza. Honorable Kleza. Honorable Kleza.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. No, I've been listening to the presentation myself, and I'm of the view that it's almost regurgitating what was said in April and May, in terms of some of the things that are brought here. But my concern, and I'm overly concerned about this, Chair, at all times, is the fact of the over-securitization of the state in terms of using the police that are not as helpful in terms of
Honorable Kleza, there's an unholy
there's a noise there. You know,
yes, where are you?
Sorry about
Where
that,
are
Chair.
Where are you?
No, I was trying to solve another problem of the adherence to the regulations again here on the ground. But I'm sorry about the noise. I've just asked them to then keep quiet because I'm in the Committee of Parliament right now.
Because we are beginning to hear you. We only hear you, the people at the background.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, Chair. I was saying that my concern is the over-securitization of the state. We are sitting here with religious leaders who are not posing any threat to anyone, who are just preaching the word of God. But also the fact that they are also the citizens of the country. That must safeguard the members of their churches. And while doing that, there has to be consistency in the regulations in terms of treating everyone equal with regards to the adherence to those regulations and informed by the scientific evidence in terms of what needs to be done. That scientific evidence must be brought about to inform some of the decisions and some of the curious decisions that then are in place right now. That we do not selectively use the men in arms where it's not quite necessary to do so. I've seen a video on Facebook. I've seen a voice on Facebook, a video on Facebook with religious leaders in Middleburg, here in Stevechurch, where they were ill-treated to an unimaginable degree. But I'm not talking about that now. I'm saying that the regulations need to really speak to the scientific evidence that informs the decisions, and also that what Honorable Mpumza said was quite sensible in the manner in which he puts it, that as members of the committee, we have to sit down clause by clause, because the presentation itself of the Department of COGTA is wallowing, is not speaking directly to the concerns that the religious sectors, the sector is raising right now. I would have, even if I was somebody who didn't read the presentation and just came and listened, I would have taken a decision that the people, the religious leaders will then leave here without their questions being asked and their concern being answered, and go back home and go back to their churches and say nothing, because they have not actually been answered. And it's dangerous for us here in the committee not to do that. We must always try and address each issues in the holistic, so that we then ascertain leaders and anyone, not just religious leaders, anyone who does not have who does not find comfort in what is happening. There must be clarity and clear and clarity in terms of being answered. And that's my contribution, Chairperson. I would leave it at that, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Cesar. Again, can I plead with some of you colleagues, my colleagues from the religious sector? We do read the chat group, but we need a constructive engagement. For somebody to say this presentation is wallowing, I've got a problem. It's either there's a particular attitude that is being portrayed to us. We are here to listen to you. But the language that people are using at some point here, it's a bit disturbing. And I'm pleading again. We're trying to find solutions to the problems here. And then can we come here with an open mind, as the bishop has said earlier, to say, we wonder some of the things that we're saying here are being, because we've got proposal. And like I'm saying, we've got a team of officials, members of parliament. I said this yesterday, based on our engagement with you again, as and when we'll be embarking on the process of amending the Disaster Management Act, we are going to consider all these things that you are raising. But what Pastor Lucas Moloi has just put in here on the chat group, it's a bit disturbing, honestly. And don't push me to get you removed from these meetings, because this is a committee of parliament. And then I'm dealing with people from the religious sector, which I expect them to exercise maximum discipline. These things are painful. I'm mindful of that. Like if we have a situation where in this chat group is being abused, or people will force themselves to speak as if they cannot be recognized by the chairperson, you're making my life very difficult, and I know what rules to apply. Please, can I plead? If you have got nothing to write, just keep quiet and listen. If then you feel like you don't want to listen to, you see, in South Africa, there's so-called tolerance. No matter what the person is saying you don't like, you must exercise. And especially when I'm dealing with people of faith here who are behaving like the way they're behaving, I've got a very serious problem. Can you make my life and the fellow colleagues work easier so that we find solutions that will benefit our people? Can I please plead with you on that one, please? Otherwise, stop writing on the chat group, or I'll ask the team to disable the chat group, because there are those who are writing critical, important things that we feel we can take. But there are those who are using this platform of the chat group. And can I plead with all of you now to withdraw all this nonsense that you are putting there? I'm sorry, I don't have a proper word now because I'm getting annoyed. Some people think we are playing here. And can we then respect the decorum of these proceedings, please? There's nobody that we are going to overlook here. And without praising myself, I think I'm a very fair chairperson. And we don't even, for those who knows how we operate, we're able to listen to everybody. But with this kind of attitude, my daughter, it's not women who are doing it. That's why I'm saying my daughter now. It's very disturbing. So I'm sorry I need to raise this because I've seen it even also being done to the minister before she left. And all of us are coming here in this meeting in good faith. Do you think we've got time to play? We should be sleeping, doing other things this time of the night. We want to find solutions to our problem. But if we were to listen to you and then we'll be given this kind of attitude, it's a problem. You might be hurtful or whatever, but can you give us space to operate so that we find solutions to your issues? We want people who are constructive here, who have got open minds. And we're not doing these things because we are bored. It's a by the way thing. We have seen that there's a problem. That's why we're sitting these unholy hours now, trying to find solutions. I hope I'm understood. And these things won't recur again. I'm looking what is happening on this chat group, and it's very disturbing. Some of you have raised valid points, but the way now you are behaving, you want us to take you serious, honestly. I've noted, I don't know whether Shadrach Mlowi it's an official or whatever, because I don't have you on my credentials. I've sent you a chat note, identify, I'll just mention you as Shadrach Mlowi. Then it will be Honorable Mkalipi. Then it will be Pastor Joe Matlangu. Pastor Mengezelele, I won't allow you because we still need to deal with the presentation of the CRL. If you are to come, you'll use that opportunity that time. Okay. Over to you, Mr. Mulo.
Thank you, Ma'am Tambi. My name is Bishop Shadrach Muloi.
My apologies, my bishop.
I'm the president of the Council of the African Independent Churches. Okay. And we are an affiliate of the South African Council of Churches.
Thank you
and
so
I
much.
think you are aware, as the South African Council of Churches, we are supporting the government wholeheartedly when it comes to driving down this COVID-19. And we also have a campaign at the South African Council of Churches of ensuring that all churches comply to the protocol of COVID-19. Even last week, we had a campaign in Protein Land where we were registering older citizens in Protein Land. I think we have registered many there as the South African Council of Churches because we believe that it's a concern for us when our senior citizens are being, infected with this COVID-19, because some of them don't come back from the hospital. Now, let me just clarify something that happened earlier. It is true, there is a difference between consultations and meetings. It is true that the South African Council of Churches and many other recognized or known organizations were part of the meeting just before the first lockdown. And we were there as the Council of African Independent Churches with the South African Council of Churches and all other organizations. Now that was a meeting where a decision was taken that we should all work together to drive down this COVID-19. That's why even the Good Friday of last year, churches didn't have Good Friday because there was that meeting, not consultation. There was a meeting with the president. Now, there was also another meeting this year around March where now the churches presented their recommendations. Their recommendation was that we should be given 50% of the floor space of our premises, and the president received our presentation well, but we were not given 50%. We were given 250. And we were happy because we have presented something, and it was moved from 100 to 50. Now, that was just a meeting. Now, to say there are consultations, even our president, on that day, Bishop Siwa, requested the president that there should be meetings all the time, not once when there was a problem. And the president said he's going to put a plan to ensure that there are meetings with religious organizations now and then. Now, we are aware that, some of the organizations always claim that the SACC is the only organization that is being consulted. No, the SACC is one of the known organizations. If your organization is not known yet, it's for you now just to make sure that you ensure that you register your organization wherever, so that the organization should be known, because most of these organizations are really fairly new organizations that came into being after 94. Now we talk about the SEC, which has been there for many, many years, and then which has contributed a lot in this country. Now I was just clarifying that there were meetings, not consultations. Consultation we requested through our president that they see we should have consultations all the time. Thank you.
Noted.
Okay.
Now you know you need to raise your hand. That Bishop. On the chat platform. Thank you so much. And yes. Now I know there's a bishop in town. Honorable Mkaliping. Bishop Muloi. Lavona now, Bishop. These are some of the things we are talking about.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't see that. I didn't mute.
Mute everything, video and yes. Honorable Mkaliping.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I want to apologize for joining the meeting very late. I was listening and I concur with you, Chairperson, by saying that when we come here to listen to our colleagues, especially from the religious community, it's not because we are bored. It's 9:15 p.m. now. And it must also be taken into consideration that Parliament is in recess. What we said, because they are also very important sector. So we must come and listen to them if they are raising some issues that are frustrating them. So therefore, coming here and abuse this platform, I don't think we must take it kindly as committee members, Chairperson. And I also want to check if they have also respected you when you said they must delete what they have written here. Because coming here and also disrespect members of this committee who are supposed to listen to them, because we are here as committee members to listen to them and also to ensure that the department is also accounting with issues that they are raising here. Because some of the issues they are raising here, we also raised it as a committee members before. For instance, we condemn the policy brutality that happened before when the lockdown started last year. We know for a fact that policy were also very hard on them, and then they were not hard on other people who were also not respecting regulations. But also on the same vein, Chairperson, we must not mix issues here. And I think Honorable Mpumza is very correct to say that we must be members of parliament. We must not be shop steward of some people. So therefore, if we want to make our points to be valid, we must not mix issues here. For instance, one honorable member here was also making an example of EFF having June 16 yesterday. And that member, he was hoping that police will come for us. Chairperson, this is not the topic for today. So if the member wants to bring that issue as part of the agenda, he must make very clear so we can debate this topic. So therefore, let us respect what is being put as part of the agenda, to listen to the religious community who want to raise issues that they think is very inconsistent in terms of government regulations. So therefore, I can't just fold my arms here and listen to a person who want to compare apples with bananas here. And we made it very clear why we are going to go on with our plan, June 16 of yesterday, to deal with the racism that is still continuing after 27 years of democracy in this country. June 16 happened in 1976. So therefore, we can't, as the EFF, fold our arms when the racism is raising his ugly heads, and we are expected to be just teddy bears here. So I just want to make it very clear that no one must come here and try to sneak any agenda that is not part of this meeting here. Here we are dealing with issues that are raised by a religious community in terms of the regulations. So therefore, Chairperson, I just want to make the point very clear. But unfortunately, when I joined the meeting, the minister was not here, because some of the issues that I was listening when the minister was responding to is the old issues that us as a committee, we also have some questions that we needed the minister to come and clarify. But I'm very happy because the deputy minister of the department is still here. So he's still going to clarify some of the issues that are very important. As the chairperson was saying, that let us deal with issues. Let us not write things that are not going to help us in order to arrive at the solution that we are intended to arrive at. So the question that I have for the Deputy Minister, Chair, is in terms of regulations, Disaster Management Act 2002. So there is a section in terms of section 50, I think it's 59, subsection 4, which reads as follows. Any regulations made by the minister in terms of subsection 1 must be referred to the National Council of Provinces for the purposes of section 146, subsection 6 of the Constitution. So therefore, today we are meeting here also talking about the regulations, which is Disaster Management Act since March last year, since the lockdown or since the coronavirus or pandemic came to our issues as a country. So therefore, if we are saying that we must also respect all these regulations, so what are we saying about this clause? Because I can't remember at any stage this regulation that is there in Disaster Management Act of 2002. As I'm saying, that is section 54, subsection 4. I can't remember anything that was referred to the NCOP. So the DM must tell us, what are we doing here? Discussing Disaster Management Act. What are we doing here? Because I can't remember at any stage when this was referred to the NCOP. So therefore, they must answer us, because all what you are discussing here, as the religious community are saying, that is unfair to them. They are treated unfairly, and other people are not treated as they are treated. Sometimes they are told that, no, you must bring 50. Tomorrow they're told, no, bring 250, no, bring 100. So it's therefore, it's not fair to them. But what are we saying? Because we also, as parliament, we also, as a department, we are not doing what we are supposed to do to refer these regulations in the National Council of Provinces. Are we playful or are we wasting time? So what if anyone pick this thing up and then take this thing to court? What will happen with the legal resources that we have? So therefore, the department must tell us also the political head. Unfortunately, the minister is not here, but the DM, since is here, he must help us to understand why we must continue with such regulations that are not even respected by the minister's office or the political head of the department, who is supposed also to respect the very same regulations that they put in place for the larger people, which is South Africans at large. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkalipi. Can I recognize Pastor Joe Matlango, and the last person will be Mr. P.C. Mukolo. Pastor Joe Matlango.
Thank you, Chair. This is Pastor Joseph Matlangu, and then I am in the town of Middleburg, Stiefchwete.
Can we see you?
Okay, you know this. I'm trying to be seen. I think you can see me now.
Only the glasses, you can't see your forehead. That's better.
Okay, can you see me now?
Seated in the dark in the car.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, yeah. You know, on behalf of the religious group and other ministers, we just want to apologize for the behavior. I suppose we normally confuse being children of God, you know, being a child and being childish. So now we're supposed to be children of God, and I'm sorry for that. And then, Chair, you know, I'm going to be brief. You know, where I am sitting and the town where we are, it's a very, very organized local authority with a very, fair and a clear way of running things. So as ministers, we've organized ourselves as we call ourselves Ministers' Council, different groupings of ministers, and we're affiliated to Council of Churches. Some are affiliated to 4SA, and we work very, very well. But now what seemed to be helping us as well, we are also working in the local, command council, COVID command council. Now, my suggestion would be to say that maybe, Chair, we need to recognize these command council, because there's so much important information that would be shared there. And in terms of consultation, it would be wise to use them. I see in this platform, they are not even mentioned. They are not even, this local command council. You have provincial command council, you have local and national. But now if you would use this local command council, I suppose it would actually help. It would actually ease the burden that we see in terms of consultation. Because the main issue here, we can talk about laws and whatever. We understand disaster management, it came to all of us as a more, I would say, it was a surprise. No one had planned it. No one is ready for it. But now, if really we can use these platforms that you have so created, which function so well, it's a command council, I suppose it's local, it will definitely work. We have our mayor, it's part of it. In the province, we have a health minister, Mrs. Manzini, she's part of it. And now it would actually bring a very good information to local ministers. We have ministers who are there who would take it to other ministers locally. And I suppose, Minister, please, it is my earnest plea that to try to engage with these councils as well. And surely it will bring more of a, it will ease this frustration that we are having in terms of consultation. I thank you, Minister. God bless you.
Noted. Then can I allow Mr. P.C. Mukolo?
Chairperson, thank you for allowing me to speak. Am I audible?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Chairperson, I would like to register that I will raise some matters in terms of our misunderstanding in writing addressed through Ms. Kasim to yourself. But let me go on to my presentation, to my brief comments. Firstly, Chairperson, we shouldn't evade the issue here, that the way disaster management was enacted from March of last year is not in any way compliant with our constitution. The spirit and letter of that bill does not allow for the use of police. It is a civilian-centric policy in its application. Please note that, and the portfolio committee must apply itself to that. At times it behaves as though it is the state of emergency that is prescribed in Section 37, and that cannot be. That arbitrariness that we've seen in the police was allowed by a misuse of a document whose spirit and letter is civilian and not securocratic, number one. The second thing, I'm calling for COCTA to insist upon the minister, the COCTA portfolio committee, to insist upon the Minister of Health and the Minister of COCTA to consider therapeutic interventions together with vaccinations and not simply rely on lockdowns. We have seen in countries like Peru, Mexico, and India that therapeutics are working to reduce viral load and permissibility, which works far better than prohibiting people in a constitutional democracy like ours. Lastly, Chairperson, we should accept that the way lockdown was instituted was a suggestion of the Chinese government, which suggested to the World Health Organization. We as members of society had the prerogative to say, as a constitutional democracy in South Africa, we cannot simply accept things that are coming from countries that are not democracies like ours. For the future, Chairperson, please ensure that the Disaster Management Act completely cuts out the use of the heavy machinery of the state. Thank you, Chairperson. The rest of my comments will be written, and please note that we've also submitted our comments as ELCO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that's where we should end this. Mr. Fazul, you say come, ne? Did I try to do it properly? You did the last one, eh? So that the DM can respond and then we go to the commission.
Thank
Over to you. Sure.
There's two particular issues I need to speak on. The first one, if I had heard the chair correctly right at the beginning, the chair had mentioned that as the Muslim community, we had not mentioned what we had done and what we had contributed. The reason that was left out of our submission was because, in our view, that was well documented in this country. I'll give one example as a general thing in terms of social welfare. There is an organization which is called ZENZEF, which is partnered with the Gauteng Provincial Department, and they, for social relief, had in fact collected in excess of 80%. With regard to the religious community, I think what is important that at each level, we had sent out notices, we had sent out guidelines together with or after consultation with an organization called Islamic Medical Association, which is an organization made up of people specializing in the medical field. What is also important to note is that when we look at lockdown level 3, where the mosques, churches, etc., was reasonably or allowed reasonable access, when certain hotspots occurred, not because of Disaster Management Act, but out of a moral obligation, many mosques was closed voluntarily. I think that is important in terms of the initial comment made by the Honorable Chair, and I think that needs to be placed on record. The second issue is, across the board, there has been this discussion of the unfair treatment or the treatment different to the religious community as opposed to others. And someone had actually mentioned that we should not move away from the stated goals and leave out what had happened yesterday. And I think that what happened yesterday, in fact, highlights the very issues which we are talking about. When a political leader of a large party openly says, we do not need to follow the DMA, would the silence which followed that would that have applied to the religious community? I think that is the issue which we need to look at. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. DM, can I hand over to you? Deputy Minister Vapela?
No, thank you, Chair. I think you can see me and you can hear me too.
Yes, I can. I can,
Okay.
DM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson Faith Mutambi, and to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of COGTA in Parliament, to all our leaders of the interfaith and the religious sector, all present here, to all officials of our department, which are still part of the meeting. I will, and it's quite substantive matters, I must say, but I want to start with your comment, Chairperson. And I think Bishop Sono came closer to the issue, as we were saying. In all the inputs that were presented by the religious sector, they were not indicating how they are also contributing to the fight against the scourge and the pandemic of Corona-19, but instead were raising the issues that have affected them, which rightfully so they have to, because I think they were, as they were saying, they were highly affected. But I think you had wanted also that they also say, what are they doing to save lives, but at the same time, continuing to do the counseling, the bereavements, and the reconstruction of the soul. So I think Bishop Sono came closer to your response. And I was in that meeting when the president and the religious sectors were meeting, when they were giving these particular health protocols that singing, we can only sing with your mask on. They will break one chair in the churches so that there's a social distance, or two chairs for that matter, if the social distance permits, so that then there can be 1 meter, 1.5 meter away from each other. The communal services will then be done in a particular way, no longer in the traditional way where you drink from the same bowl, and that they will sanitize, and also those who have capacity to also put health protocols, they'll do so. And I think they did present those particular issues. And then if you go to church, most of the church do adhere to that. There may be few of others that still just gather without adherence to the protocols, and they are there, unfortunately, in the sector. But majority of other churches, they do, as Bishop Sono was saying. And I think with this, what we also had wanted to hear in the submission, that indeed all these protocols are in place, and others even have temperature gadgets that they have at the door just to check whether the right temperature enters the church, so that the health protocols can then be adhered to. They did present indeed, as Bishop Sono was saying, that they wanted the capacity of the 50% of the size of the venue. So depending on what size of the venue, 50% of it to be occupied. And that was presented in that meeting with the president. It has not been exceeded to as yet. However, the numbers were increased to 250 as said by, I just forgot the name of the representative from the independent churches affiliated to the Council of Churches, and then to 250 indoors.
Bishop
Molloy, and 250, Bishop Molloy, 250 indoors, and 500 outside. So there's creativity, therefore, that the churches could have done
to say in my 250, these are the ones. Outdoor, obviously, it means you mustn't extend the speakers to the outside so that those who are outside, which was 500 at the time before the level 3 was then enforced this week, it could have happened that way. So now it is going to be 50 until 100. And the 50 and the 100 always comes in when the numbers goes up. And that is a scientific evidence that the numbers have gone up. No one argues against those numbers. Hospital beds are no longer available, meaning if you get sick now and contract the virus, you are not able to get a bed in hospital today, particularly in Gauteng, and other provinces are following suit. And then therefore, the more people don't get a bed, and then hospitals are running out of oxygen, it means people will die in their homes. It means people might die waiting for a bed somewhere else. So that in itself must inform everybody that the health sector is already sent signals that we are in trouble, we are overloaded, we can no longer cope. Once they say so, we then have to restrict the gatherings from time to time. And once the numbers go down, we also then up the social gathering, the political gatherings, and then the religious gatherings. And as the minister said, all of them get affected up and down depending on what happens at the hospital level and the admissions in hospital. And I think there's no more than any scientific evidence than that. And I think as you see the statistics every day on TV, the numbers are just going out of skyrocketing and so forth. So as and when the numbers goes down, we do consider, and obviously the only exceeding that has not happened, as Bishop Sono was saying, is the number of the 50%, and it's there on the table. And I think the meetings with the president is dual. Sometimes the president that initiates and say, come, I want to engage and talk with you about a particular issue, like the March meeting. It was the president saying, worrying that the Good Friday season is here and the Christian faith definitely will be going out in bigger numbers. What can we do? We have the suggestions, and they made their own comments on it, and then discussions took place, and in trying to really ensure that we do not have many infections around that period, a particular number was then agreed to. But also sometimes the religious people do request meetings with the president, and they can also do the same to say, we want to follow up on an issue that was presented to ourselves on the issue of the 50% capacity, as when the numbers are going down, so that we could then go to that particular issue. But for now, we are in the heat of the third wave. We are just in the eye of the storm as we speak now. But once the numbers eases, obviously, I will then encourage the traditional, the religious leaders to really go into that particular engagement with the president, who has been really available and really wanting to listen and so forth, and see if that 50% capacity of the venue cannot be achieved. But let's then work flat out to ensure, therefore, that we save as many lives whilst balancing the livelihoods at the same time. I think I heard Bishop Mashashani also saying, yes, we want to save lives, but then the livelihoods also, yes, because during the hard lockdown of level 5 and level 4, you saw the situation when people were not at work, sitting home, hungry, no salaries, no income, and government came up with the food parcels. It didn't work, and with a lot of unfortunate incidences of corruption, food, and not going to the right people because we didn't have a proper data of the people that were most deserving, and unfortunately, the councillors, across the country, finding themselves having to be seen distributing to themselves rather than to the communities. And I think the church also came in and say the food parcel is not a dignified way of dealing with hunger. Can we have another system, which government was still looking at on the voucher system and as the way to give vouchers rather than people queuing for food and fighting for who gets first and so forth. So Then on we went to 3, 2, and to 1. And then I think the issue of the livelihood had to be open so that those who still have jobs can go back to their job, earn an income, and feed their own families. But unfortunately, not everybody was able to get their jobs back. As you all know, 2.2 million, I think the number might have gone up, lost their jobs as a result of the COVID impact. And it means those people are now unemployed, unable to really provide for their families because COVID had really destroyed whatever companies that used to be in existence there. So, Chair, I think without responding to everybody and everyone, we take points that are quite valuable for consideration, particularly on the issue of the Disaster Management Act. Is a matter that parliamentarians will have to take forward in terms of any proposal towards the amendments of the sections that they've been directed to. You know, therefore, that as Parliament and as political parties, you can initiate that particular process, but also on the side of the executive will take those issues that people are saying is draconian and is this and that, and then look at it and balance it in terms of a disaster situation. And a disaster can be this pandemic called COVID-19 today. It can be an eruption of a natural disaster that can flatten and take lives. It can be anything. So that the Disaster Management Act must be there really for such a response and then reactive when things have collapsed or things are collapsing because of natural disasters, illnesses like this pandemic and others that may still befell us. And rather than condemn the entire act, just look at those sections that we felt they need accountability if the need arises. And I think there are this pointing that is there that probably there's needs for some kind of accountability or some sections of the act. And I think the minister answered that they are using section 27 for now, and that is the section that it calls for any drastic actions to be taken to counter and save lives and save property if need be. And that's what they've been using. And I think the minister has said that obviously that's what we're using and nothing else. However, Honorable Mkalipi, you raised the issue of section, I think the section 59, bracket 4, where you are saying, therefore, where this matter has been taken to the NCOP, the minister has not taken the matters to the NCOP using section 59, and currently it's just been using section 27, bracket 2, as a reactive measure available to then really react to it. But obviously, now that you have raised the issue, we'll have to look at that with officials. We are here as a caring government that listens to the people and will really take the views and all these issues forward. I know that therefore that Chair, you, with your screen on now, it means I must come to an end and not respond to everything. So my apology to all if I did not touch on all the issues. I think it's because of time, and we still have the CRL to present, and the meeting was supposed to end at 22 hours, and it's already almost 15 minutes before 22 hours. But otherwise, take it that the minister will then take the matter of police brutality to the Minister of Police, as he has said. She had made that particular undertaking. And then the issues of health will take them to the Minister of Health, like the issue of the traditional herbs and others. I know that they've engaged with the traditional healers and others to really look at what are the proposals, what are those remedies that can help in the fight for corona. And they need to be also tested like all other medicines that come to South Africa. That needs to be approved and tested, that it will have an impact in saving their lives. We'll also look at that and take some of those issues, and probably in the next meetings really to even bring those departments so that they can respond to the health matters. And the issue of the brutality, minister says, definitely is a matter that we need to. But thank you very much, and let me not really drag further and say all points noted. And on all data, maybe just as a concluding remark, we really take view on it, and then also we have to then to bring new evidence on the recent issues that are there. And Honorable Swatu will definitely raise these matters through the NCC towards the cabinet and the PCCs that get organized around the voice and the issues that the religious sector has raised. We are not taking them lightly, and then so that there could be a comprehensive response at one point or the other. Unfortunately, time is limited in this platform for now, but otherwise we will do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The GM is still here. Certain issues might arise as and when the commission present, will still be able to give that political guidance. Yes, and I think Honorable Bishop Sono might be damn excited on what you have just said, but like more needs to be done. Can we then go to Professor Musoma?
Chair,
Yes.
sorry, Steve Swart. Just very briefly, Chair, if I may, just raise an issue. Chair, may I just suggest that there were a number of questions that weren't answered due to time, and possibly with your permission, the department or the Deputy Minister could respond to that in writing, if that's possible, just so that those people that have asked questions would be able to get answers. And I appreciate we have got limited time, but with your permission, may I suggest that, Chairperson?
Okay, that's what I was actually going to say at the end, but it's okay. You are proactive enough to propose. It's okay. It's in order. It's in order. There's been scribers, the colleagues from the department, from the National Disaster Management Center are here. So we'll be able to deal with that. You can be rest assured. But let's first, so that we couple that together with what the commission could be saying to us, because these issues are interlinked. So over to you, Prof.
Thank
Prof,
you, Chair. Thank you,
can
Chair.
we see you?
Honorable members,
Can
can
we
I
see you,
request
Prof?
my...
We want to see you.
Thank you.
No, we can't
Jazim.
see you. Only see the top of your head.
Oh, my goodness. How is it?
Not yet. Still the top of the head.
Or maybe my situation is too high. Let me just lower my plate here.
It's over here. We've been in this new normal, Prof.
Yes.
We need to see you.
How do you see me now?
No, I can't even see your eyes. Just your forehead now.
Let me see where I am. Oh, okay. Okay. Now I can
Now
see.
your nose.
Okay.
Up a bit.
Okay.
That's better. You stay there.
Thank you so much, Chair. We attempted to present the responses to the questions presented to us. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I want thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to be able to provide answers and concerns raised. Let me start by quoting the CRL Commission Act number 19 of 2002. The Commission, in fulfilling its constitutional task, should play a key role in assisting with the building of a very truly united South African nation, bound by a common loyalty to our country and all our people. And this seeks to premise the important point we want to make. The person commits an offense if that person does anything calculated to influence the commission or committee of the commission improper in its consideration of matters. And we cite section S41 1 and C. The Commission Chair was dismayed by the title of the presentation related to the follow-up on the CRL Performance Plan 2020-2021 and COCTA on the 28th of April 2021. It would appear that this was a deliberate, calculated deviation from what the planned engagement was supposed to focus on. The title of the engagement, as per the invitation, was about engagement on the impact of national disaster management regulation on the religious sector. Nevertheless, we take the liberties in good faith to respond to the concerns raised by this presentation in the best interest of the communities we are mandated to serve. It seems to us that in its introduction, the COCC arrogated itself to give oversight and speak to the portfolio committee and the follow-up matters that were raised in a different meeting with a different agenda and conflate that with the subject matter which was under discussion. It is misleading, Chairperson, though, to refer the Commission's engagement with the portfolio committee on its annual performance plan 2021 and 2020 and 2021, while it was focusing on 2021 to 2022 financial year. While the presentation may not be considered to be in line with the subject matter, as per the invitation, we, however, obligated to respond to some of the questions and concerns raised in turn, although some of the questions raised are not relevant to the Commission's work. 2, the question, the right of the religious sector being limited when they pledge to subscribe to the same health protocol. Our response is, our understanding is that freedom of religion is not absolute. It must be considered as a maximally interpreted subject to certain limitations which must ultimately be decided by a court of law. The freedom of religion is a composite of rights obtained in our Constitution and international declaration. Further, the question remains whether or not freedom of religion can be curtailed and in what circumstances. A1, these are the following circumstances in which the freedom of religion can be curtailed: in order to safeguard public safety, protect of public order, health, morals, protection of rights of others. 2, the right to freedom of thought, of conscience, of religion is an absolute right, such that it may not be constrained under any circumstances. In contrast, the right to manifest a religion or believe in worship, teaching, practice, and observance is a subject of limitation. It is our considered view that the Disaster Management Act was dealing with 1 and 3, subject to being rational, justifiable, and democratic in section 36(1) of the Constitution. B, how is it that the heavy-handedness leveled against the religious sector and other sectors who in some cases violated disaster management regulations? Note, as part of the work of the Commission executed during COVID-19 pandemic, part of it was to issue media statements to conscientize and appeal to cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to adhere to disaster management protocol and regulations. Response to this question. This question can be, in our view, answered in two ways. The uneven-handedness of the application of Disaster Management Act with respect to those who violated it is a matter that those who are mandated to monitor the violation can deal with. Two, from CRL Rights Commission's perspective, when the law has been violated, the law enforcement agency must play its part, apply the law without fear, favor, and prejudice. Failure to do this, Chairperson, the country can descend or plunge into anarchy. Three, the organ of state responsible to address police brutality against its citizens is IPID. Be that as it may, in the highlighted scenario, the attack was not meted out to the religious sector as a whole, but to individuals who have allegedly broken the law. However, it is the prerogative of the relevant organ of state to provide further information on this matter, and may not be at liberty to comment further that this, in some instances, may be highlighted as incidents which are maybe sub judice. C, how is it that South African Human Rights Commission could not promptly react to CRL related matters, but the CRL Commission was quiet? The CRL Rights Commission and the South African Human Rights are Chapter 9 institutions whose task to promote and deepen democracy. As a Chapter 9 institution, we belong to the Forum of Institutions Supporting Democracy, FISD. And through this forum, we collaborate and work together on matters related to our mandates. The members of the forum do refer matters between and among themselves where there is a need. The South African Human Rights Commission and CRL have a complementary relationship and do not compete against each other as per their founding legislation. In the case of borders, the South African Human Rights was dealing with individual rights, while CRL was on cultural rights, which affect the Ndebele communities that Mr. Mahlangu, the victim, represents. The focus of the commission was more on the community right than individual rights, as evidenced by the complaint lodged by the representatives of the Ndebele community, the rights for which the commission seeks to promote and protect. D, isn't the commission's role to promote and protect, advise other sectors on the issue of religion? Our response: the role of the commission is to advise other sectors on rights of religious communities and not issues of religion. We made inputs on the following regulations and guidelines at the peak of the pandemic to assist in terms of policy direction in which religious, cultural, and linguistic matters should be considered. The following are just a few examples of what the CRL Commission does during the COVID-19 pandemic. 1, provide inputs on regulation for the religious gatherings, guidelines on funerals and mass burials, raise awareness on the importance of complying with COVID-19 protocols and regulations, interventions where cultural practices were threatened during COVID-19. Immediately after the COVID-19 pandemic was announced, was brought to our attention, to South Africans, the Commission sent bulk messages to all recognized community councils that are on our database to alert them, conscientize, and appeal to them to comply with the protocols as outlined in the guidelines. Intervention through mediation and conflict resolution on matters related to International Pentecostal Holiness Church, the IPHC. Media statements were issued to appeal to the cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to support the poor and the vulnerables during the difficult times of lockdown. Interventions were made in different religious institutions, battling with internal conflicts between and among themselves. Hearings were held. We conducted them at Kwasizabantu, Universal Church, Rivers of Living Water, International Fellowship Ministries, mediation through court orders referred by Equality Court, and some interventions which were brought to our attention by other religious formations. Intervention on mediation initiation schools during COVID-19 pandemic and compliance to CRL initiation guidelines. Interventions on grave disputes in the Eastern Cape, in particular Aliwal North, and the recommendations referred to the MEC for implementation. Wasn't CRL supposed to have been proactive instead of reactive response? It is actually interesting that both approaches are vividly outlined in our strategic plan, which is also shared with Parliament. The two approaches are not mutually exclusive and are in the center of how CRL work is done and executed. F, complaint related to consents. In terms of matters related to complaints lodged to this commission, we handle responses directly with the complainants. G, responding to some recommendations. It should be noted that the CRL Commission did not write a report on the commercialization of religious beliefs in 2017, as raised by Pastor Lucas Nkosi. The report known to us and submitted to Parliament is entitled Commercialization of Religion and Abuse of People's Belief Systems. We reiterate as a commission that we stand by the report as part of briefing, as per the briefing we made to the portfolio committee. Just to recap its process for the benefit of others who may not have known about it. H, response to its report on commercialization of religion and abuse of people's belief system. The commission decided to undertake two-pronged strategies. First, an investigative approach. This approach meant that different umbrella bodies of religious organizations and not individual religious organizations were invited to appear and explain themselves before the commission as a result of the mandate from Section 7 committee pertaining to issues of commercialization of religion and abuse of people's belief system. These umbrella bodies were represented by religious leaders, some of whom you might have seen them appear on the national television. Research approach. Principles of research dictate that one can either use quantitative and qualitative methods of research. Quantitative research deals with numbers, facts, yes.
Prof.
Hello?
This information you presented to us in March. in Parliament 2020, remember?
We did.
On the
we did.
2 day, on the 2 day, why are we repeating this? Because yes, on Tuesday, I tried to give direction. You can't be responding to everything. Some of the things I said, they must be discarded.
Okay,
I mean, you can't be recycling this information, and the people who are here are the same people who were in the meeting, majority of them when you presented this.
Okay, we wanted to give, it's okay, Chair, we can leave the method.
Yeah, let's
Because
keep that one, please.
Some were querying our method. Okay?
Yeah, no, you can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
your
then
methods, you
conclude
have been very precise on that, how you do it. We had the 2 full day engagement in Parliament at the old assembly chamber.
Yes.
And even throughout our interaction with you on the APPs and the staff, we always say these things. So let's deal with the issue at hand so that we can afford members an opportunity to. That's why Honorable Swart was even saying point of order, Chair. Close, conclude, let's conclude.
We conclude, Chairperson.
Yes.
We read submissions from other presentations with great interest and find them constructive and useful to the subject of engagement. On such presentations, as a commission, we agree that some of the issues raised need government and the religious sector to engage and look at possibilities of addressing concerns raised. The commission is prepared to work with all the religious institutions to promote and protect the rights of religious, cultural, and linguistic communities. We really feel that this is the time to hold hands together and work towards alleviating this pandemic. Finally, Chairperson, there are a number of religious organizations that come to our office to engage, to advise, to consult, and even to pray for us. For that, we're eternally grateful. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's my time now to note the hands first of the religious sector leaders. If there are issues that they feel they've not been adequately responded to. Number 1 on the list, that's why it's Pastor Mengezeleli. Remember, I noted you. Then you'll be followed by Bishop Mashashane. Then you'll be followed by Pastor Lucas Nkosi. Prof, mute your microphone, please. And you can mute your microphone. If you want to keep your video on, it's okay. These are the 3 hands from the religious sectors that I'm seeing for now before I allow members. These are the 3 hands. The other colleagues are covered with the response. Because once I'm starting with you from the religious community now, because I'm not going to mix you with members. The only 3 hands that I have is Pastor Mengezeleli, followed by Bishop Mashashane, followed by Pastor Nkosi. Then it will be also Mr. Pacey Makola. Yes, those are the 4 hands that I have recognized before I allow members to engage with the presentation. DDG Shoki Mukhalad, don't be angry with me. I suspect you are standing in for the DG of DTA. I saw you have been here for quite some time. Okay? In that order, Pastor Mengezeleli.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Unmute.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, for bringing me back.
I'm glad you have moved from that room now. I'm very happy I can see that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson, for giving me another chance. The other issue, Chairperson, that I wanted to comment on was this issue of police brutality. It looks like we all agree that this police brutality is condemned. But I don't know what is the plan of action in terms of government beyond condemnation. Because it will be good that after this engagement with the portfolio committee, there can be a government public statement, whether it's done by whoever within government, that begins to publicly condemn these brutal actions against churchgoers that have been taking place in the past, and also put some kind of measures in terms of how can we minimize this over enforcement of law. What strategies are we going to put in place to ensure that they do not recur again? As I know that we have committed that there will be investigations and the matter will be discussed by other committees as well. So that's my suggestion on that, that there has to be something public apology has to be made by government. Then the second thing, Chairperson, was the issue of this global studies that has been made that we have referred to, the American Center on Global Perspective around the issue of church and their role in the spreading of virus. I don't know, we seem to have a tendency in South Africa of doing studies outside the African content and context. I don't know whether, Chairperson, is it not possible to do or to get some kind of reflection on other studies that are based on the African continent, so that you don't compare apples with oranges, you know, because that actually led to us actually swallowing every value system and every decision that is taken from Europe or in any other country. So I'm just raising it as a matter that needs to be addressed in future. The last thing, Chairperson, was the issue of the interfaith engagement. I would be very glad that the committee can really give us an outline in terms of how it intends to engage with the religious sector on that matter, because there are a number of issues that needs to be debated around the very concept of interfaith, its origin, and how it has been implemented in South Africa. Because some of the concerns that religious leaders have, we see government spearheading initiating and spearheading how religious communities should be organized. And I don't think that that's the role of government, basically. And that has taken a political direction. And I know as the ruling party in this conference, it has said that it will use an interfaith approach when it is engaging with the religious sector. That on its own needs to be engaged. So I'm saying, I'm happy that there's going to be another process of engaging instead of just simple convening national interfaith presidential summit and bring all this interfaith and especially when it comes to election time, you know, it's like political manipulation of the religious sector. And I think government should move away from that and create a space and an environment where religious sector are able to organize themselves and present themselves in a way that is respectfully. Thank you, Chairperson, a lot, and good night.
You done good night before hearing the responses.
Oh, no, I was joking.
Oh.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Then it's my Bishop Masashane. Now you have your 5 minutes. Bishop Masashane.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure, but anyway, I was visible before. I think that will not be a problem.
Why can't we see you? I told you we are on Parliament TV. It must be visible throughout the proceedings. Bishop Masashane, should I skip you to go to the next speaker, or you're busy sorting your gadget? Pastor Lucas Nkos.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeesh. Hayi kunzima.
5 minutes,
Okay.
strictly 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to respond to the CRL. I think on Tuesday, Chairperson, you did ask a question about the title of our document. You asked if this is the right document, and I did say, offered justification as to why it was titled that way. Because if you check on the timeline of the document there is dated the 5th of May. It was just few days after that deliberation that dealt with the performance plan. Members of Parliament did ask certain questions related to what we are dealing with now. Now, it was on that benchmark of those questions. And then we did not want, to confuse, this by saying in any other way, so that there's a dovetailing to say from those deliberations that were made on that particular day in response to those questions. Now, this is how we dovetail it. And the issue of how this meeting was arranged came after I've raised my concern and wrote to the portfolio committee to say there are things that were questionable, the kind of answers that were given in that previous performance plan meeting, which were questionable. So it's within that context that hence the title was said. So it's not correct to say this document somehow was written as an attack towards the CRL. And then there's a lot of things that are pointed out in the document where we sought for explanation in terms of the constitutional mandate and the issue of performance. And I said the reason for saying that is saying here's an institution that Parliament has established to make sure that it meets objectives like this, amongst others, which is to foster promote respect for the rights, of cultural and religious and linguistic communities. And our context here is religious. And now, within the context now of this lockdown regulation, the question is, now, how did CRL, in its objective, promote respecting of the rights, because of was it a respect of rights when church members were brutalized? Is the CRL saying to us, therefore, it was a right thing to do for the security cluster, the JMPD, to shoot at those people? Was that excessive force, a right thing to do? Because what I see here is like washing of hands. And I feel like the CRL is saying to us, religious people, you are on your own, be short because of 1, 2, 3. And then the issue again of Section 36. Our argument is scientifically, as per regulations, it is said that we were given those points that wear your mask, do these things as part of that scientific thing. And we said, now, if we do these things, therefore, what are your qualifiers for stopping churches from meeting? And even the deputy minister did not answer that scientific question accurately, because the question is, where is the scientific evidence to prove, or to support the decision of closing of churches? We need church record, scientific record that says we have seen church A, B, C, D. They were not complying with with the provisions made of wearing masks and so on, and adhering to those health protocols. Therefore, it was on those grounds that we closed churches and so forth. We've been deliberating this with the Gauteng provinces, and that, we've been asking them from time to time, are we okay? Are we complying? And we got a testimony from the province by the premier himself saying, no, he hasn't received any report that says we are not complying. So we are complying, yet we are, without being told anything, just shut down, and we must just suck it up. And then we are told it's scientific. Like in January, the president said it's scientific that singing, that's 1, 2, 3. That issue was addressed, even gazetted in May, that for singing, make use of the 2.5 meter distancing and so on. We worked out those things, went to trouble. So we are being penalized for complying, and we are not given reasons. And then when we need reasons, we are told of old theories that were prior to the deliberations in May. We are still told of Bloemfontein and so forth. This cannot be correct. And we are simply saying, but basic questions to CRL is, was it okay? Where was the voice of the CRL to say this? And the other last part I want to deal with, I'm told of bulk messaging. In 2016, November, we came to the commission, we met with the CEO. One of the first things we said was, to be recognized so that we are put on the database. And we haven't received bulk messages, and we've been on the database since 2016. If we are not there, then there must be accountability of what happened from that time when we came, specifically, on database issues and so forth. So I think the response of the CRL doesn't speak to the primary concerns that were raised in this document. And unfortunately, they labored on the title, of this, of which I explained when you asked Chairperson on Tuesday why the title is like that. But the basic message is, why were you quiet when those Muslims there were kicked? Was it right for them to be kicked? Was it the right?
On injury time. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Asakipiti. No, I've known you. Don't wait for the chairperson, Bishop. I know you're coming. Just wait. Be patient. I've seen you. Allow me to address Mr. Asakipiti. You heard what Pastor Mengezelele was saying earlier. I want to challenge you, Alex, to say maybe that task is raised by Pastor Mengezelele. Alex Asakipiti, last time when we meet, you need to deal with this issue of the African research. Then Bishop Mashashani, I can see you are back in full force and the reception looks to be cool now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, let me say I'm a little bit disturbed because both representations that were made this evening, they don't really speak to the subject matter that we were invited for. I also heard the Deputy Minister, including the Minister, that they expected us, including the Chairperson, saying you expected us to actually tell or bring the information as to what is that we are doing to assist the government in dealing with the pandemic. But if you look at your invitation, it doesn't talk about that. Your invitation, it says we need to come and give the submission as to how the religious sector has suffered during the pandemic. It doesn't say...
Bishop, I will disagree with you. We're disengaging on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It doesn't mean only that how you've suffered. You see, once you come here and say you don't want to play your part, you just come here and agree. This is South Africa. Every citizen, if you love, brand South Africa, you must also play your part. That was not prescriptive. Unless you say that.
Let me try. I'm going to be very...
We're discussing matters here. I don't want you to go off the tangent, Bishop. We were not prescriptive because also you've got a role. The reason why we're raising this, you too as church communities have got a role to play on this pandemic. It's not only how you are affected. What are you doing as well as the religious sector to assist us to flatten this curve that has affected our country? Whether we like it or not, there's a curve here, and we both have got a responsibility to flatten this curve, whichever way. Deal with your issues. I wanted to correct that so that you don't go there. Our invitation to you was not just prescriptive to say, you have got a role to play, and I'm still going to ask you a question at the end that I want you in particular, Bishop, to answer.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'll be ready to answer that. But even though you like reprimanding me, let me quickly make my point and pass. Even Professor Musomi, as he's dishing out the presentation, his first statement on his first sentence, he stated the invitation, what it was saying. So it cannot be correct to say the onus is still on the religious sector to say what is the part we are playing. When we are saying we played our part, and all that we can say is that we are discriminated, we are undermined. Politicians only know us when they come to our churches to canvass. But after that, they don't know us. So at the moment, I really want to stand and emphasize, and I'm not going to withdraw, to say the religious sector is undermined. The religious sector is taking decisions without being consulted. Religious sector is also not being inclusive on the benefits or whatsoever. Which government is for the religious sector? We have already stated that, yes, there was a relief, there was a number of things, but all those things exclude the religious community. Yet we are 85% of the citizens of this country. The majority should rule, but we are excluded. I want to make that point to say this meeting, this evening, have not yet even started to address our points. The presentation made in the opening, even the presentation that is made by the Honorable Professor Musomi, does not really talk to any of our issues. We are not getting a precise response as to why are we discriminated? Why are we the simple target that police should demonstrate their forceful power when it comes to a church? But when politicians are attending the court appearance, they are supported by their members without following the regulation. We are saying, correctly as Professor Musomi have just articulated, that it needs to be rational, justifiable, and democratic. When it is rational, it should apply to all. What applies on the left must apply to the right. It cannot not be correct to say religious sector does not have families to feed. Other sectors, you are relaxing the regulations because you are looking at the livelihood. What about the livelihood of the religious sector? Does it mean religious sector we are just playing games? We are bored. We are not. God should come first. And this thing of politicians thinking that they are really above the law, they are untouchable. All the laws they are putting, it's only applicable to us simply because we are silent. It's not correct. When we're talking of the funerals will be limited only to the people who are not connected to the politicians. But when it comes to the politicians, that regulation is not working. When it comes to the kings, it doesn't work. When it comes to the political gatherings, then that doesn't work. Only to the religious. It cannot be. And I am saying nothing about us without us. There's no way
Okay.
that the other people from nowhere, whom we do not know whether they were elected behind the doors, that they are representing us, who don't even talk to our needs, who don't suffer the consequences that we're undergoing in the ground where we are
But
dealing with. Thank you very much.
But while you're on that, the minister is very clear to say if they've been talking to wrong stakeholders, submit your names to the department. They are going to invite you. This is not assisting, honestly. The minister was very eloquent on this matter. I thought we are moving forward. On this matter, she said, she's on record. Wait, I'm sharing. I'll give you a chance, Bishop. My esteemed Bishop. She said, if indeed we are consulting wrong people, send us that list so that when the president invites religious stakeholders, you are also invited. She listed the people whom they are consulting. You had her reading. I allowed her to read the names so that we understand the depth of this, to say when you are saying you are not being consulted. So she further amplified that to say, send us the names of the people. Send us the names if you feel you are not represented in these consultation processes, so that we can include you in the list. And the DG of Traditional Affairs is here, the Deputy Minister is here. We are all here. You can even send that list to our committee secretary. Same will be forwarded to the minister, so that the minister can then forward this list to the president. It's only on that note, because I don't want us to be going back and forth on matters that have already been addressed, because it's my duty as the chairperson to properly direct this meeting. Otherwise, we are going to stay here the whole night as if we're doing nothing the way you are putting it. But to me, where I'm seated, there's been some progress based on the responses. It might not be satisfactory. Yes, these matters are ongoing. That's why we are here as an oversight body to look at that. So I wanted to deal with that issue in particular. Can I allow then Mr. Pacey, it's Mr. Pacey McCall, and then he will be followed by Pastor Tibu Siri Harold.
Thank you,
I
Chairperson.
think this is the last hand, then we can be moving towards closing the meeting, because those are the only last hand that I'm having. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have 4 issues to raise. Number 1, Chairperson, I'm calling on the portfolio committee to investigate whether there's no mandate creep on the part of the CRL. They've mentioned in this previous presentation that the limitation of rights can also be subject to morality, and that is found nowhere in section 36, 1 and 2. So you do not limit rights, particularly religious rights, on the basis of perceived morality. You can find that this is nowhere in the UDHR, this is nowhere in the Banjul Treaty.
What is the UDHR, Mr. Makolwa?
Chairperson, it's the international, it's an international instrument called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It has the civil and political
you must
rights.
do that. Avoid acronyms, so that you take everybody on par with you.
Apologies, Chairperson. So when you look at those international, instruments, and when you look at regional instruments, you cannot limit rights on morality. Our Constitution says only on reasonable, justifiable, based on dignity, equality, and freedom. That's section 36 of the Constitution. I'm calling for your portfolio committee to investigate this because it appears in the professor's presentation. Number 2, Chairperson, I'm calling on the portfolio committee to also investigate and seek legal opinion on the matters of blanket limitations of rights during lockdown. I made this point earlier, and the professor is restating that there was a legitimate prohibitions of rights. I'm asking for the chairperson to say that there should be legal minds that should be invited here, including Professor Tony Madonsela, who's opined on this, Pierre De Vos, and many other law professors have opined on this. The third issue that I want to ask the commission to, the portfolio committee to look at, I would like the portfolio committee to look at the fact that the CRL's compliance with its mandate is questionable. We have seen, Chairperson, that the CRL has hosted in-camera interviews where allegations were made about a pastor's name over matters that should be under the Criminal Act. The CRL is not a quasi-judicial process. The CRL has breached its mandate of encouraging tolerance and friendship in this regard. Please investigate this, Chairperson. And with particular reference, there was Bishop Zondo who was branded on air as being a rapist and other things. We sat there and we looked quietly as persons who should be protecting the right of religious freedom and friendship. We sat there as those people conducted something very similar to a kangaroo court. Please investigate that. The last part, Chairperson. The chairperson of the CRL mentions the FISD. I want to quote the Vienna Convention of 1993, which says, rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated, which effect is that we cannot be told about FISD when we want to report the CRL as a Chapter 9 institution to the Human Rights Commission and for failure to respect human rights. The responsibility of co-monitoring is something that should be there among Chapter 9 institutions. As we're able to complain to the portfolio committee, we should be able to complain to persons or institutions that are responsible for human rights protection. If the CRL fails to do so, I should be in a position to say, CRL is breaching this to the Human Rights Commission, investigate this. I'm calling on the chairperson to investigate with the portfolio committee how there could be checks and balances so that there is no absolute indifference on the part of the CRL, particularly on being investigated, particularly on hosting quasi-judicial processes where pastors' names are branded about. And there is something that is under criminal injuria is stated in public. If the pastor was a subject of tyranny, of community tyranny, and he was burned, the CRL commission, which is subject to your instruction, Chairperson, would have been directly liable for encouraging his attack. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I've exhausted my... Oh, sorry. The activist is going to kill me for this. Murut Sela, Carol.
Oh, okay. Thank you again. We understand it's now getting late. Before I say something, I will just also ask, because someone of the people who are participating here or being linked here by the name Memruti Khololo, she once said she just raised the hand and then not recognized. Maybe you'll take that into note. Now, let me come to my ending position, my position.
It's never too late. Hey, my man, it's never too late.
Oh, okay.
I'm scrolling.
Oh, all right.
Participant, I deal with this gadget almost on a daily basis.
Okay, my apologies to them. Okay, my apology. Let me just...
the platform.
Yes, let me just end my platform for bringing my inputs. Now, Madam Chair, I just want to urge to the government, one, families of religious leaders are dying. We are faced with the increase of divorce in the families because of lack of financial stability in the household of pastors and other religious leaders. And for what Bishop Mashashane has mentioned, I concur with him, whereby what we have been invited, I even shared the text message there where I'm showing the chairperson that the invitation was based on the discussion on the challenges what the lockdown have created towards the religious leaders. And then that topic or that heading have been never addressed. And we see that a vicious cycle is happening. It's as if the government is taking the religious bodies into not a serious concern about our concerns. There are a lot of people, musicians are receiving aid, keeping their doing. We watch this news every time. We watch the news, we're on TV, but families of religious leaders, even their children, some of children, I have colleagues whom their children are even owing at school, have been even faced with the challenges of depression. Some pastors even lost their lives. They died. And even some pastors have lost their properties. Even also myself, I'm in a lot of challenges of financial depression. And there is no way that the government is talking about the livelihood of pastors, but will only be remembered by the government, the ruling party, when is the coming of the elections. And then we will be asked also to pray for all the officials of the government. I'm saying this because I am really disappointed. There are letters that we have sent to the president. I know some of those contents, the president will be also mentioning, even indirect, our contents of our letters. We are aware. We understand that there was also the issue of the PPE's finances have vanished. But at the end, the church leaders, we have been forgotten by the government. It's as if we must eat the Bible instead of we also need also not only spiritual support and even to support people whom we share the word of God to, but also we are human beings. I think the government needs to give the recognition and the acknowledgement that it has been too much. They have mistaken the church leaders and they must apologize. Our colleagues have been mistreated by the police, and Minister Beki Kaile, he sees the churches as their playground, and it's really unfair. And at the end, we are also emotional. We are also emotional beings. We are also having blood. We are also having feelings like all other sectors in this country. And we are also the citizens. We pay also tax as any other people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The topic, what we have adopted as a committee, was asked to engage with you on the impact of the COVID-19 disaster regulations on the religious sector. That's what we said we want to deal with. So that impact is not only on how you have suffered, because the other issue now that we are here, they are here, these disaster regulations. We are now on the third wave. And then why are we not hearing proposals from yourself as a religious sector in the current situation, except the only part that we are hearing, the numbers and everybody? Why are we not hearing this proposal on your side to say then how do we then mitigate this third wave and the increasing numbers? Some of you have managed to say that, because you see, it's not about to say only how you have suffered. We know, we are mindful of that, but also like what Bishop Sono, prior to him leaving, he indicated that as a church, that's what we are doing. And then you see the Jewish community, they took a decision to close all their synagogues as a result of the growing numbers, including the dead. Then That's what I'm saying. Then maybe Percy will assist Mr. Makola on this one to address that on the proposal on the mitigation. And then I will allow Honorable Swart to talk and any other member that want to speak on this topic before we then allow the commission and the deputy minister to respond. Over to you, Percy. Then I see the hand of the honorable member that is up for now. It's Honorable Swart. Percy?
Chairperson, in the discussions where we misunderstood each other, I have alluded to case studies of Peru, India, and Mexico, where the state in that particular instance used therapeutics together with vaccination to assist. Chairperson, we are calling on your portfolio committee to prevail upon the Minister of Health, and not prevail, but to propose. We need to start looking at therapeutics. Ivermectin is something that has been seen in studies in India, and we are in BRICS together with the Indians, so the sharing of information would be easy. We're an emerging economy like Peru and Mexico. Chairperson, ivermectin has been stated together with vitamin C. It has been stated to reduce viral load and reduce transmissibility. We are calling on you to let there at least be a piloting of this. If those studies are not adequate, let there be a piloting of this. Chairperson, my primary concern is that if we proceed in the way of lockdown, and we understand what the state is trying to do, but if we proceed in the way of lockdown only, we are not stopping the inevitable. Number two, Chairperson, a country inferior to us, with due respect, Mexico, dependent solely on the United States, gave the people of Mexico 12 milligrams of ivermectin. It reduced deaths by 73%, Chairperson. If they can do that, we surely can do it in a middle country like South Africa. I'm calling on you to call for that. Let there be therapeutics with vaccine. When therapeutics are there and we stop transmissibility of this thing, then, Chairperson, we will not need to deal with draconian measures. The last point I want to restate, Chairperson, please investigate the legality of how lockdown was implemented. This is a constitutional crisis. There cannot be the use of states of emergency statutes in how you use something like this. Let's make it purely civilian. The church has been saying over and over, Chairperson, we are available to use our sites as vaccination sites. We would even be available to fundraise for therapeutic help so that those people who are deemed to be infected get ivermectin, reduce that, and make sure that we are absolutely safe. We are calling on that investigation. At least let the Department of Health comment on whether it's permissible or not. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Swartz.
Chair, it's very late, so I'll try and be as brief as I can, and thank you for your indulgence. Just very briefly, I want to support the Bishop Mokowe, who has just spoken now, and the government is already rolling out ivermectin, but I would urge the Deputy Minister who is present here just to roll it out more. It is available, it is allowed. Ivermectin, third world nations are rolling it out, but whilst we are waiting for the rollout of the vaccines, other members, other church leaders have spoken about herbs, have spoken about therapeutics, vitamin C, vitamin D. We can help our communities and save lives in that regard. And I would urge the Deputy Minister to again raise this with the Minister, the Acting Minister of Health, to roll out ivermectin, which is a safe medication. But I won't dwell too much on that. What I would like to just ask the CRL Commissioner, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that you've got a very broad mandate and to deal with a number of issues. But I would ask you, please, to try to assist the religious community more when it comes to the impact of the lockdown on the religious community. You know very well, as you referred to your act, but let me just refer to the foundation, which is Section 185 of the Constitution, which you know gives you the right to promote respect for the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. So it is important when it comes to your mandate to understand the impact that the lockdown has had on religious communities, on cultural communities, on linguistic communities. And so when it comes to your assertion in your response that you made an input on the regulations, I would urge you to consider what, and maybe you could send us a briefing in writing as to what was that impact. Did you, for example, raise the irrational issue of having 100 members or 50 people when a venue can seat 1,000? Or the impact initially when religious leaders were not considered essential services, when they provide such an important aspect when it comes to bereavement, counseling, looking after the poor, and now we've heard of the desperate plight of religious leaders. These are very important aspects which we need the CRL Commission to come alongside. I must say, with the greatest respect, that your response about the uneven-handedness of the application of the disaster management is not sufficient. From my perspective, when it comes to the brutality of the police, one would have thought the CRL Commission is the first to at least visit those churches. It wasn't individuals, it was churches that were being brutalized by the police. And to assist them, to issue a media statement and say, yes, the police, when you say it's the law enforcement people, you should come alongside them, those churches, and say, here, we're going to issue a press statement. We are going to take those law enforcement agencies to court. Why does FORSA have to take the culture minister to court to question the constitutionality of the regulations when it comes to the religious sectors, when that is a mandate of the CRL Commission? Maybe you should consider joining that application to protect religious rights when it comes to the harshness of the lockdown provisions. So I would urge you to relook at those provisions, because I think understanding your financial constraints, budgetary constraints, but I would submit that there's more that the CRL Commission can do, given the fact you've heard the frustrations of the religious sector that has been expressed earlier this week and again tonight. There's a high level of frustration, and I would plead with you to come alongside, and we as Parliament would need to hold you accountable in that regard as well. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate the time that you've given me.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Groenewald, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, I will be quick. It's just an irony I want to show out. It says that people give money to faith-based organizations because they have faith in their religion. Government receives taxes by legislation because people do not have faith in their government. Government must do more to restore the faith in government by action, or else faith-based organizations will continue to pray for South Africa and change in government. And here's the warning, Chairperson: the power of prayer do bring change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. I think those are the hands that I could see that far. Yes, I was trying to also look at the chat. Certain things that are written there that are constructive are going to deal with that. But I wonder what is Reverend Mugwera is saying by James. I don't know. It's a typing error. Let's proceed on a lighter note. Then can we allow the commission? Oh, there's Bishop Mufama. You don't put your microphone on, Bishop. You raise your hand, then I'll notice you. There's two different things than putting your microphone or raising your hand on. You only do that when you are directed by the chairperson. You are talking before I even recognize you, Bishop. What's happening? Yes, that's why you need to mute your microphone. Over to you, Bishop. Proceed.
Good evening.
Yes. We've been in this new normal. Yes, proceed. You don't have a raise hand icon on your gadget, Bishop. And we need to see you as well. We need to see you as well. And there are some of you who are complaining why Mokalipi was not here, video was not on. She's traveling. She gave me that apology. That's why I allowed her. And because she's a member of parliament, parliament has her picture. So her picture was appearing on the screen of the parliament TV, unlike some of you. Because I see some of you are complaining on the chat group. It's not that she didn't want to. I granted her that permission as a chairperson. Bishop Muvamadi, can we see your picture, please?
Yeah, there's something wrong with my gadget here.
Hmm?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's wrong. Then it's blank on Parliament TV.
Yeah.
South Africans who are watching want to see who's speaking.
Oh my goodness. I'll try next time.
You must test this gadget before coming to meetings.
Okay.
I thought by now we've been dealing with this pandemic since March last year. Then let's learn how to, because this is the new normal. This is how we're going to operate for quite some time. Proceed, Bishop. I'll give you that indulgence. Over to you.
Okay. No, all I'm saying, I think as the church, we try our best to adhere to safety regulations.
To respond to my question. Thank you, Bishop. Sure.
Yeah, I'm saying that I see the church is one of the areas where most people, the idea, they put on their masks, they wash their hands, we sanitize and do everything to make sure that the spread must be limited as much as possible. So I say the religious sectors, mainly our Christian body, we adhere, and I've seen a lot of churches, a lot of pastors are telling their people, please adhere to what the government has asked you to do. It's for your own safety, for your friend, for your neighbor. So I say, Chairman, we are trying our best and we're trusting God, He will help us to win this pandemic. Amen.
Are you done, Bishop?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you so much for that input. Commission, then mute your microphone, Bishop. And also, Honorable Swart, can you also mute your microphone? Mute the microphone.
Okay,
So
I'm
that
struggling to mute it. I'm trying to, maybe the host could just mute my microphone. I can't mute it.
Thank you, Chair. First is to
We
appreciate
can see
the
you
comment.
again. It's only your glasses we can see. That's better. Up
Yeah.
a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the responses and the comments we have received. First, from Mengezeleni, Bishop Mengezeleni, regarding what can be done to deal with brutality beyond condemnation. It is for this reason that the CRL is not only about condemnation for our part. It's about investigation. It's about recommending to Parliament about actions to be done. And this is what we do. When we issue media statements, it's for education, it's for conscientization, it's for also to make people aware about the respect and the humanity of others. That's the basis of the statements. They're educational in nature and ethical in its orientation. So we believe that is not only condemnation, but condemnation must be followed by action, which is why our reports recommend to organs of state, not only to parliament, organs of state, to the police, NPA, and so forth and so forth. Those who have the capacity to arrest, prosecute, and bring justice. That's number one. Number two, he raised the issue of doing or even conceding to international research. We have concluded a research in collaboration with the National Institute of Social Sciences in Gauteng on the impact of COVID-19 to the cultural, religious, and linguistic sector. A research which we would be launching not very long. So we are focusing on what is taking place in our environment. The issue of interfaith. This particular issue was discussed in a meeting, a joint meeting of both the CRL and other organs of state, the way in which faith-based communities could be encouraged to make sure they had a formation of the interfaith body. Remember, interfaith goes beyond dogma, because the primacy of one's faith becomes a determinant factor in the participation in the formation of interfaith, which is why we believe that interfaith is a good instrument in which you will bring in even African religious faith systems, which are hitherto absent in many of the organizations. And of course, even women to come at play as well, and it should be gender sensitive. The other issue, Chairperson, is some of the concerns raised by Pastor Nkosi. Pastor Nkosi raises an issue of exclusion in their request for recognition or inclusion in our database. It's a matter we will investigate and see what happens. But I see Pastor Nkosi frequenting our office from time to time, even after meeting with FOSA, to discuss the issue of Pepuda, to discuss the issue of single marriages, whom we consult from time to time on a number of issues. But the issue is, why is it he's not registered or recognized? So that is the matter I think we will be looking at, Chairperson. But he's saying that we are leaving them on, we are saying they are on their own. I don't think that's what we are saying. And we have never said anything that said the religious religious sectors are on their own. We have never made that claim, because our mandate is to protect and promote the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. And therefore, we cannot leave them. There are instances of intervention where the churches were closed due to high decibel music. In Soweto, in Gauteng, we have been able to intervene under the leadership of Bishop Sekedi, Bishop Sono, and many others. So we're able, where our resources permit, because of the capacity that we have. The CRL is a commission of 38 people who must serve 58 million people on a broad mandate. I think that must be clear to understand. So therefore we need, with regard to the teeth we have, to amend certain aspects of our legislation to make sure that we don't only, because they're saying we have to tend to become a post office. Why? Because some of the things is a referral matters. Can we have this or we can't have that? And our view is that that amendment will come into shape. The issue of bulk messages were done within the context of COVID-19. And I think Pastor Nkosi is making reference to 2016, but we're making reference to the current environment, where the aim was to alert and conscientize and appeal to the cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to adhere to the protocol. And this we did in order to safeguard, because at the center of it is the sanctity of human life. In life, we have rights. I don't think we have rights in death, because when you are dead, you cannot longer speak for yourself and defend yourself. So the sanctity of human life was one of primary constitutional value that we use in interpreting, in assisting, in ensuring that our people must be safe at all material times. The issue of constitutional of overreach. There are a number of areas we should intervene, but we are mindful of the going beyond our own mandate, and hence we are very careful as to what the mandates say and what we cannot do. There is, I think, here a reference to areas of investigation. One of the pastors made reference to the areas of to be investigated on. Of course, what needs to be understood here is that when it comes to certain matters, these matters have been ventilated in court. For example, the matter of Bishop Zondo. Bishop Zondo took us to court. We won the court case because precisely our mandate allows us to summon people to come and give evidence. We can do it in camera, we can do it in public, and nothing is denied. So I don't think our mandate allows that, unless people don't read our mandate. We read that mandate is very clear. We could not have won the court if the types of engagements, public engagement and investigation were not allowed. We would have lost the court case. So it is important to understand these things. When we talk about limitations and absoluteness, limitations are things that can change or not be changed. That can be changed. But absolutes are things that can be changed. And that distinction helps us to understand what is it that somebody can tamper with, what is that somebody cannot tamper with. For example, if a pastor pastors a church and he's accused of immorality, he gets his rights to preach is limited. He gets defrocked, or he gets to be placed under precautionary leave, whatever the case may be. So, but there are rights which cannot be tampered with under no circumstances. And it's understandable that what we are trying to do here is also to educate and to bring discourse at the center of our consciousness as a nation. We cannot be barred from raising issues at the public platform so that people can be informed and understand what it is that needs to be done. For that reason, we said the issue of limitation rests squarely in the hands and competency of the law courts. That's what we said. We didn't say we are making pronouncements. This is the gospel truth. This is what people must do. We are saying it lies squarely within the competence of the court of the particular country. And we have listened to some of the issues that have been raised, especially with regard to the challenges facing families of pastors. It's a matter, I think, which does not fall within our mandate, but I think government will do something about it. the issue of the provision of therapeutic medication to help people, it's a matter I think that lies within the mandate of the Commission. I want to also thank Honorable Swart for the complimentary response with regard to what can be done in terms of all out, which I think the Deputy Minister can attest to that. But the appreciation of our broad mandate and the limitation of the resource at our disposal must be taken into account. And in all instances, we are just giving you a snippet of what we did under COVID-19 pandemic. The issue of promoting respect, the issue of promoting peace are the issues that are under our gaze at everything we do as a commission. And therefore, we are mindful and making sure that the commission's mandate gets carried out. We are now working on the issue of acquiring provincial offices, regional offices, in collaboration with SALGA and other places, but the resources do not permit. Our members are calling upon us. You are not on the ground. How can we be on the ground if we are not assisted? And so the issue of whether we call on government about its irrationality in terms of decisions they make with regard to numbers, that we did not interfere because it's not our space to make legislation about who and how many numbers should be where. It is within the competency of health and government to determine that. What we do is to encourage our communities to adhere within the ambits of the rules provided. When it comes to
we are becoming counterproductive now. The time. Look at your watch.
Thank you.
Okay. Move towards wrapping out. We cannot exhaust everything. Like there's already a proposal by Honorable Swart on those unanswered questions that must be submitted in writing.
Well, I just want to thank you, Chair, and the portfolio committee members and the religious sector for really converging in this way. It is only when people talk and exchange ideas where new ideas and new ways of reconstructing society emerge. This is a society in the making, and therefore we need to create a community of justice. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Leza, I wanted to raise an issue that you want the Prof to answer before the Deputy Minister comes in. Honorable Leza? Or will he do it in writing? Honorable Kaiser?
Sorry, Chair, I'm just suffering here in terms of the network here.
Proceed. Proceed.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes. Proceed, Honorable Kaiser.
Chair.
Yes.
This is quite...
No, Honorable Kaiser. Everybody's hearing what you're saying.
Okay, no, I just was suffering with... it's only now that I'm picking you up. Apologies.
Okay.
For that, Chair. I just wanted to then say that, no, thank you very much for such informative engagements from the religious sector in the committee. Some of the things we are learning as we go. And Chairperson, from a very humble position, we do ask these questions from a position of trying to reconcile the issues and to ensure that anyone who comes in the committee finds satisfaction in terms of the questions and the issues of concern. And well, Chairperson, at the end, I then should submit that perhaps the committee would have to look at the issues in detail in terms of what the issues of consent are, and the professor would, if the professor would please just answer one question that I have, just one, in terms of how impossible it is for the religious sector to comply with the disaster management regulations, or the sector to adhere to these regulations, and have they made oversight mechanisms on their own to ensure that these regulations are adhered to. And if that is the case, what scientific evidence would then say that it is, now that it is they have done their work in terms of ensuring that these regulations are protecting the Congress.
Okay, I think you've brought your point home.
How is it that they have ensured that everyone in keeps with these things? And the second one, the very last one, is that we would have to ask whether this particular meeting has given a satisfaction to the answers, and if not, what would be the measures taken from here on by the Commission to give satisfaction to those concerns, towards ensuring that the concerns of hostility by the police, even though I was answered in our engagement in the group, that maybe my question could be relative to the sector department. And I think, Chairperson, you have spoken to this thing of sector departments having to come to the portfolio committee to answer some of the questions, because at the center of all these things, you find people being treated outside the Constitution and by emotions and all those things. And we lose lives and so forth, and so on. And so I just wanted to ask, why is it that always we see these things happening to blacks, and in black religious leaders in township dwellings, where, you know, and where enforcement is always seen to be quite hostile? Why are we being monitored like children and so forth? And what informs these things to the extent of death? That's my concern. Thank you.
Okay. Chairperson, I'm giving you 2 minutes to respond to this issue before I hand over to the DM to say something.
Thank you, Chairperson. How impossible is it for the religious sector to comply? This is not a scientific answer I'm giving, because we will be looking at the research we have done. Depending on the questions you've asked, because the research is near conclusion now. Judging from the incidences we saw, majority of the faith-based communities or religious sector complied. Take, for instance, the large churches, Zion Christian Church, Shembe, and many others have complied. But there are incidences that are in the media where some of the issues relate to the brutality that we have seen, the Muslims in Nelspruit and some of the churches in Gauteng, and of course elsewhere. But I think I can hypothetically answer that judging from those numbers, huge numbers, majority of them are complying. And I think in our presentations, we even mentioned incidences that have happened, some of which could be in court. How do we deal with brutality and in protecting the rights of communities? One of the things we do is to ensure that we conduct hearings, because it's how the Act provides. We conduct hearings in which we can interface with the relevant organs of state on matters relating to brutality and how these things could be protected and obviated for future occurrences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to propose a way forward as we progress. Can I hand over to DM?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the comments and also the input by the CRL. But just to emphasize, because some of the issues keep recurring again, when the minister left the meeting, he said on the issue of the relief package, she will take it to the collective, which is the NCC, so that they can look at it broadly, but also emphasize that it is not only the religious sector that was affected. Yes, there might have been other sectors that got benefit from their own reliefs, but not all sectors have. Like the sports sector, up to now, they didn't get any relief from government. So, and also is the traditional sector itself, they didn't get anything. There are quite a number of others, and the small businesses that are not paying the UIF and so forth, they did not get much out of that. That is why you find that they are still struggling and battling. But however, the minister said you will take it there to the NCC collective. On the issue of the disaster management, Chair, I think scrutiny has been called to it. So it's up to Parliament and the committee to look at it. And if any amendments are required, obviously, then there are processes towards the amendments of such bills, which takes a process that we need to go through. Any prescripts of the law that might not have been implemented in the application of the law, we're taking lessons from it, and we'll also take, but also the religious leaders, some of the associations that are in this platform, 4 of them have taken the matter to court to go and test whether this law is constitutional or not constitutional, and government will be defending the law in court. But those are sub judice matters. We'll leave them when the court then begin to look at it. And thirdly, just to applaud the religious sector in totality, that they are adhering, save for a few of them that unfortunately still are outside, but majority of them have adhered to the protocols, health protocols, and then if only we can play extra role in that particular area and ensure that we save lives and take decisions without even government taking decisions for yourselves, like the Jewish community did. They've closed synagogues this last week on the cases in Gauteng, realizing that their members are dying in numbers. And then I think they had to go and deal with bereavements as a result of people who have attended their synagogues. So they've closed as the precaution to save lives, and they'll open on their own when the situations improve. So measures should not only be coming from government, but associations, groups, sectors must also begin to look at measures that can save lives themselves. On the issue of the health matters, we'll take them up with the health department. On the remedies and other medicines, take examples of Peru and Mexico, as already said, and then the rollout of the herbal medicines. But then obviously it's been allowed limited in South Africa, approved by SAPRA. So we'll just have to go with SAPRA has allowed, and if we are able to roll it within that limited granting, we'll then see if it can be rolled out in that particular way. The police brutality, I think we've condemned it, and then therefore we just have to then make sure therefore that, as the minister said, was going to engage with the Minister of Police, but police must enforce the law. It's only the brutality that is condemned, and I think we take point on that, and the minister will take it. We also want to also take the situation that the issue of the 50% capacity is noted. Once the situation improves and we're back to level 2 or level 1, and then the issue of the 50 capacity can be raised by the sector so that we could look at it being once more revisited, because it has already been raised in previous meetings, and then see if it cannot be. And the issue of vaccination, we said that the health sector did, the religious sector did raise the issue of that they need to be vaccinated to as essential workers. Indeed, it was taken as a decision that there are essential workers, but for now, the first group of the essential workers are those in the health sector, in the hospitals, the workers, the cleaners, the doctors, and the nurses. And then the 60 and above years, those are being vaccinated. And now the second group that is going to be following is the teachers, the nurses, and yourself as learners. So they will be grouped in that way. We'll be asking for the data of who are the religious leaders that needs to be vaccinated. Information is not as much, and I think CRL and the department will be working out on a program on any data to really make sure that we reach out. But those who are 60 years already, please apply and go and vaccinate. You don't have to be waiting, because that is allowed. So we just want really to appeal to you to do so. Please encourage your people to go and vaccinate those that are qualifying, your elderly people in particular, and take up on those campaigns, and some of you have already alluded to. So otherwise, Chair, we take the notes on those issues that are not comprehensively responded to, that we will then develop the responses in a form of written responses. But then those that needs a referral to those departments that needs to take note of will then take so that we can then engage and make sure therefore that the religious sector is responded to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I'm happy that there's a commitment that all unanswered questions will be responded to in writing. Then we've executed our initial resolution on the matter. Then the other issue, I think also on the issue of the sector department, I should think also the committee would be able then to get the availability of the Minister of Police together with our sister portfolio committee, the portfolio committee on police, so that we address this issue of police brutality. And then the issue on the issue of the health matters, and I think the issue around the investigation of the entire lockdown regulation. I think this is the matter that we know we are going to also deliberate as a committee, including the other proposals that we've had. I must say, this meeting has been very much fruitful, and I will go back to my opening remarks to say this is a matter that is going to be ongoing, that we are going to monitor, and then based on the responses that we're going to get from the ministry and the department and the commission on the further comments, that will also determine whether we need to convene another meeting to further engage on this matter. So these are the matters that we are seized with. You can be rest assured, members of the religious society, to say this is the matter that we've got interest as a committee. We're going to do oversight. After all, Parliament is on recess now. It's constituency period. Ourselves as member of Parliament will be checking on these issues with regard to the matters as raised, so that we are able then to further engage with the powers that be, so that then this matter is finally attended to. At the same time, it's our expectation as the committee to say, you too, you need to play your part as active citizens, because it's not about government and us. And then this matter, we are seized with it now as the portfolio committee. So this narrative of say government is doing whatever, that's where whoever is responsible for this will be able to then engage. I think there was a question that Honorable Mkalipi raised on the issue of the Section 59 vis-a-vis the Section 27.2. This is the matter that as a committee we are going to further probe. Like we have said, there's a lawmaking process that is taking place here on the amendment of the Disaster Management Act. I will still urge you to comment, because this issue that BC has raised, the issue of utilizing the State of Emergency Act vis-a-vis the Disaster Management Act. That's why this issue of the investigation of the entire local down process, we are going to also be seized with as a committee. As and when we engage, we'll still then communicate with you. Like I said, it was the minister's commitment that the issue of the relief and the other related matters, including as to who gets consulted by government. So she has made an invitation that those of you who feel that you are not represented, submit your information so that then you can be included in the list of people that needs to be consulted. So those ones that are asking for us to share the recordings, you can get these things on YouTube, or also then during your spare time, you can also check the parliamentary channel. They do the repeats. You can also then go, I think there's a link on parliamentary channel. There's nobody who's going to share this recording with you. So you can access it. It's a public document on Parliament website. You can go there and access it without anybody sharing it with the recording. The recording that we are having for now is for on records as Parliament. Having said that, I should think I need to thank all of you. I think as a portfolio committee, we are more empowered than we were before. And then I want to again plead with you to say this thing that you are in, it's also because on our case, you are our constituents and we are your public representatives. We are here to serve you. So whatever you have raised with us, it's a matter that we are going to put on the agenda of this committee until we are sure that everything that you have raised is addressed and resolved. So I think the issue around consultation, participation, these are the matters that I think the new envisaged bill will have to deal with that. I'd also said that when I opened that there is this issue of the State of Emergency Act, the one that was signed and extended to post the apartheid era, that has to deal with the matters of the disaster, natural disaster, which matter when this amendment of the Disaster Management Act was effected in 2002. These are the matters that should have been removed from the State of Emergency Act, as a person was saying, because we must never confuse the state of emergency with disaster. These are two different matters that needs to be, but this is a matter that we're going to engage on, and some of you, we are still going to engage with you on that basis. After all our engagements are public, so you are free to then join whatever discussions that you are doing. Safe to say, don't misquote us in the future. When we're saying we're going to engage on the impact of disaster management regulation on the religious sector, It didn't mean that we were saying colleagues must come and complain. It cut across. It's not only on what effect are you feeling. That's why we said the impact. The impact also includes what needs to be done, what is the way forward, and how best can we manage these issues of disaster moving forward. I'm glad some of you have managed to assist us to deal with that. And I don't think that we've even exceeded the 10 o'clock hour of parliament with almost 1 hour, 37 minutes. This was not done in vain. It's in essence, it's based on our commitment to make sure that we address all these issues that affect you. And then I'll plead with all of you, you need to also keep on exercising this religious faith so that this curve must then flatten and then we are back to normal. It's based on our collective effort that we are able to do that. Professor Mr. Alex Asakibiti, I've given you a task. I hope you will come back through the committee session and the others that feel they've got a role to play. Then your inputs and suggestions are more than welcome that you can do that through the committee secretariat. I just want to thank all of you for making your time up to thus far. This matter is ongoing. We're going to continue to engage with your good selves. We have your roll call and attendance register. We'll keep on engaging you with this matter until such time that we know then of importance. Can you all participate on this amendment process of the act so that all these issues that you are raising, then they are fully captured in that process? I want to thank all of you. You must enjoy your nights. And some of you have got early mornings. Till we meet again, thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. and team from the Commission. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening and good night.
Good night.
Thank you,
Good
Chair.
night. Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Good night.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night.
night. I had to change now.
Night,
Prison call.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.